What up, chat? What up, chat? How's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing today? What, having a good day or what? No, that's loud. Much loud. Oh, the scene's lagging still, bro? Why? I don't know why it's lagging. I wonder what's causing that. Move my camera. Boom. I wonder why it's so laggy. This shouldn't be lagging, but it is, and I can't figure out why it's laggy. Why is this off the screen? Yeah, the animation scene is lagging for some reason again, and I don't know what's causing it. I'll have to fix that then. The stream. The fuck could be causing it though? What's up, Angry Hamster? How you going? Oh, this is lagging too? Ooh, okay, now I'm getting Giga trolled, it seems. We good now? Ugh. Good now? Okay, let's see if the intermission's good. Fuck no, it's not good. Oh wait, is it? No, it's still laggy. What the fuck is causing that? Weird, hold on. What's up, Samantha? Here, let's try this. Okay, I changed the setting. Boom. Oh, it's fixed. Wow. Interesting. No, it's a little laggy still. The fuck is causing that? No, I'm not live on TikTok yet. Odd. Whatever, I'll fix it later. I don't feel like doing that shit right now. Anyways, what is up, chat? We'll be playing some Rivals. But before that, I want to do some Psylocke. I mean, we're gonna do the tier list. Before that, I want to do some Psylocke, but maybe I should do the tier list beforehand. Let's play one match and I'll do the tier list. Reaction? No, we're doing tier list. I need to do this tier list. Fuck is on my camera on this computer? Give me a second. Damn, my whole setup is broken, it seems. Nice. Ain't that something? Whole damn setup don't work. Okay, I'm live on TikTok now. Wait, that doesn't lag. Why is my setup so fried today? Odd. Another rage bait tier list? My tier lists aren't rage bait. I only give the finest of takes. I have the finest of takes. My takes are all cold. You scared of Spider-Man? Not gonna White Fox. Top 5 Lord along with Venom. There's a pretty cool Lord icons here. There's a lot of pretty cool ones. Let's do a Lord icon tier list. Be a good one. Yeah, I miss CEO, yeah. But I miss day one. Most of the good matches will be tomorrow and day after. But you're not gonna get most of the good matches today. Token had some good matches, did it? I have not been watching high level Token. I mean, we're definitely gonna watch day 2 and 3. There we go. Put the stream out. Missed CEO, sadly. Alright, there you go. Let's put the stream out. Nice. Okay, let me play a match or two and then we'll do the tier list. I'll play like one match. It's been a while since I got to play Psylocke. I'll play a match and then let's do that tier list. No warm up, raw dogging it. God, this KD is fucked. This KD is fucked. Damn.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
My order is sharp. My mind is sharp.
61 and 7. Wait, what's 61 and 7? What's it called on Token when you get a combo with 3 of your assist out?
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
When you hit one person's happy birthday. After that, it's New Year's. It said 61 and 7? Wait, what was? Like win-loss or something? Or I don't know what you guys are talking about. KD. Odd. Oh wait, I gotta open up my TikTok because I mean not my TikTok. I need to open up OBS because I gotta test something. Where's my phone at? What the hell? I have a stain on my jacket. Where'd this come from? Bro, I just washed this. It's like a buffalo stain or something. I don't know what stain this is. It's orange. It's orange though.
You'll need a top-notch
I didn't eat anything orange, so I don't know where the fuck this came from. A turning orange? I might be. Bob got a TOD. Yo, oh, I saw that. Fry bagger? I'll be bagging people's fries. Got something wrong with that?
Together, my friends, we will find a flawless balance.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your blades, are they psychic like mine?
No, my daggers are formed from pure light force energy. They purify whatever they touch.
Those would be quite useful against some of the demons in my homeland.
Let's hope they're just as useful here.
Give me a second. Shit, I'm not ready.
5, 4,
Oh
3,
man.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture
Oh, you
the
were all
mission.
available?
Got it?
What the fuck? Getting trolled. I need help. I can't get kills with DPS. I used to make solid with this gun. I felt bad. Well, get more reps in. What you mean? What you mean you can't do it anymore? Fuck that's supposed to mean?
Shine with me.
What you mean you can't do it anymore? No, you just can't get kills anymore.
Step aside. Someone is attacking from afar. Sayonara.
Double KO.
Just literally watch me, bro. Just mimic what I do. I'm literally just off angling. That's all I do on this character.
That's 3.
They literally just saw me just go to off angle and just shoot them. Distract their healers, bro. They don't turn around, they're gonna die.
A nice deep freeze.
The fuck? This Adam's about to res right here. He's just gonna die again.
Sayonara. You lose, demon.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Sayonara.
Double KO.
Mr. Nasu, you said will you play with Sage? Not today. I'm busy today. Can't do that today.
Out of sight.
Was playing Guilty Gear for a week straight. Hop back on Rivals 121. Jesus Christ. Okay, there's no way you're that rusty. I refuse to believe some of you guys are that rusty. Diamond and Plat? Yeah, this is Diamond and Plat, bro. Just literally just do what I do. Come on, this fucking bubble's so annoying.
As cold-hearted as your name suggests, Fox.
I want to ult them.
Step aside. Your story ends. Out of sight.
Got two. That's pretty good, no? Oh, what the fuck?
What a difference.
Dang, he didn't die?
Pull back.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Oh, wrong way. I'm in the Terry. Better get. And you're better than some of my teammates? Me? Bro, someone's lighting up my phone. Uh-oh. A new bird video just dropped? A new bird. Oh, perfect. That's great. Why is TikTok chat so dead? I literally just started the stream like 2 minutes ago, bro. Relax. I just started the TikTok stream, bro. I don't even think the title is right. Or, no, the title is right. I don't think the game is even still right. I know it is. Bedtime if you just bedtime. Bedtime for who? That was risky of me. Should have done that. What are you doing in this elo? Do you know what elo this is? Do you even know what elo this is saying that? That's where I belong. I'm eternity. I've never been eternity. I'm not an eternity player. What the hell? Who asked for that? What's all the gift on my Twitter? Bro? What's wrong with it? You could, if you put the time in. I don't have the time though. Meaning I'm not an eternity player. I don't have the time. Meaning I'm not an eternity player, no?
2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
We had to start output. Okay, hold on.
Right heroes could make all the
I
difference.
have to stream. Streaming, audio encoder. One. Custom multi-track videos controlling some of your stream settings? The fuck is custom multi-track video? What is it? I don't know what that is. What?
Round 2, go!
Oh. Like, what the fuck is that?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh, they surrendered? Brother. Come on.
Victory! Big win!
Ever catch the Avatar Expedition? No, I didn't get to watch anything from CO. Hold on, let me finish setting up this. What's going on now? Oh, the Honda Civic? Oh my lordy. Okay, I heard of that guy. Fucking Honda Civic. Okay, I'll do one more and then let's do this tier list. One more and let's do this tier list.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Misconfigured. Your resolution exceeds the maximum allowed height or width. The stream may disconnect. The fuck? Am I getting trolled today? What is this? Give me a second. Let's try this. Size A tier? What would you guys put Psy? I'm curious. Where would you guys put Psylocke? Mid A? B or A, mid A, A plus.
Pick your hero.
That's too high.
Villain.
My order is sharp. My mind
Okay, I
is
fixed
sharp.
it, I think. I was trying to fix this thing for the TikTok stream. It keeps saying wrong resolution. I think I fixed it. Yeah, we'll do this afterwards. I don't like the Tierlist videos being an hour long, so I'm gonna see if I can speed it up to like 30 minutes. Especially for this season, I don't think I'm gonna have to take that long because most of the balance patch is pretty small. So I doubt I'm gonna have to.
Light in perfect harmony.
It's not gonna be any like hot
Before
takes.
you attack, get ready.
I might make a hot take or two for content though, but I'm joking.
You're a hell of a hunter. Glad you're on my team.
Oh
I knew a
man.
version of you before in my world. He was also ruthless and shouldered
I like
great
gatekeep.
pain.
Seems like no version of me can catch a break.
Then may we find
Video encoder index. The fuck does this even mean?
4, 3, 2.
Video encoder index.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I don't even know what that means.
farewell.
The clip maxing on tier list. You do a tier list video. You take clips from the tier list video, throw them on TikTok. Some crazy ass take, and boom, every season. There's team ups now. You do spectating videos. You do a spectating video for each individual team up. That's the infinite money glitch. A new balance patch. Oh, time to redo the spectating videos every season. You just keep doing it over and over and over. That's the infinite money glitch. I haven't done a spectating video in a while. Actually, I do want to do one for the hood though. I do want to do one for the hood. Spectate the number one hood with Vezwa. Why am I frontlining? Can I like? Can you like? What? Oh my god! I forgot I gotta play at their pace. Like, it takes some space, please.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
POV, Bucky don't got a headset.
That's 3.
What the fuck? Why is he up here? Bro's lurking. Oh, she just got herself killed. Or not. Nah, he's gonna bubble her. I'm not fighting that. Check your health gang. Rock almost blasted you. Almost beat the shit out of him. Yeah. What's up, BK? How you doing? Check your health gang. Okay, one more thing I gotta do before I'm good to start. Let me do this tier list.
Shadow and light in perfect
Need to
harmony.
lower the volume of the alert. Also, YouTube chat is not popping up on the screen. What the fuck? Boom. There you go. Now it'll pop up.
Get ready.
Where's YouTube chat? Test. Is that working? Yes, it's working. Nice.
Keep telling yourself that, kid. You're just another low-level punk trying to step up to the big leagues.
Damn, tell him.
Need to step up, Castle. I'm already there, and ain't nothing gonna stop my rise to glory.
That's what they all say.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You hurt people. I hurt you.
My nose is itchy. Fuck. Match started.
Farewell.
Good to go. Check your health, gang. Chat the movement plus burst. Oh, she was a pro player? What? With this character or Elsa? Psylocke we had played more in pro play if her ult was better. Name is ass right now.
Armed and dangerous!
They captured the mission area.
Sayonara.
Ow. That fucking hurt.
Lovely. Here they come now.
You're chasing? Oh. This is all this is horrendous. So I was like, why are we nerfing the damage at all? I gotta show our ass beacon. I think I just sneak past here. This fucking Moon Knight doesn't want me to though.
Step aside.
He saved his E just for me.
Face oblivion!
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Let's guide you. Out of sight.
She mad. She want me to so badly.
Sayonara.
Should I solo ult her? I'm very tempted to, I must say. I was very tempted to. Holy shit, why the fuck are you here? Oh my god. What is wrong with you, man?
You're gone. Thanks.
Oh my god, bro. Christ, bro. Yo, what is happening to my team? Why are we... I keep killing a healer and we don't win the team fight?
Going to overtime.
That's game. What the fuck? Spawn camper? Nah, I'm not gonna spawn camper. It's kind of hard to spawn camper White Fox. It's like literally just full on kiter.
harmony.
The end is coming. Oh.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Have you given yourself over to unholy forces, child?
To be fair, I didn't get a whole lot of say in the matter.
Can you be trusted to serve our cause over your master's whims?
Look, lady, I may be a vampire and a horseman, but I'll always be
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Why is this not starting? It's pissing me off. Sarah and Bucky destroying your team. Is that what's actually happening?
What a difference.
Tomorrow's stream, I gotta. Oh my fucking! Can I get a heal?
A strange mystery.
Yeah, we're not gonna win this match. Oh, we winning a Magneto. I don't feel like doing that.
You lose, demon. This will do nicely.
What's up, Ramen? How you doing? Token better than DBFZ?
What a difference.
I like DBFZ more, but I mean, well, Token's a newer game, so.
Keep your curses to yourself,
I don't know why you did that, but all right. It's very good rocket ult. Yeah, it's winnable. I think it's just harder to win. That is true. It's hard to say games are winnable when you just see a rocket doing that. Can we take space, please? Can you guys play up here with me? Please? Stop being scared. Oh. Oh my god, am I the only one frontlining? What the fuck is this game? Where's my team at? Oh, brother. The team is scared? They're like, the fucking boogeyman's gonna attack them if they play up here. I had to spawn kill the rocket. Bro, they're down 2. Please go take the site, bro. Please walk in and just go kill them.
There's 4 on the side, brother.
Alright, not 4 anymore, I'll tell you that. Yeah, play up here, play up here, play up here. Why are you guys still on site? Come play up here. Why are they just sitting here? Bro, why are they so scared? No one's gonna hurt them.
The moon haunts you.
I'm 250 HP and I'm not even scared.
destroyed that troublesome arc.
They're portaling. They're portaling. They're portaling.
They have been seen.
They're not gonna make it in time though. GG's.
Step aside.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Stop being scared. Play up here. Bro, there's like 4 people sitting on site instead of playing up here. I thought. Come on, man. God, bro. Leaving me to front line against the hood. What are we doing? It's like, I know I have to play at the pace at this. I mean, at this one, get to play at their pace, but like, I'm trying to correct their mistakes and they don't even like accept the like. They're not accepting the help. I don't know. Disney announced the Kingdom Hearts anime series inspired by the video game. What the fuck is this? Oh wow, interesting. Anyways, yeah, let's do this tier list because yeah, this is long overdue. Well, not long overdue, but we gotta get this out ASAP. Okay, shall we begin? Shall we begin? This is gonna be a pretty quick one, I'd like to say, because yeah, that balance patch was pretty tiny. So this patch, I mean, was tier list is gonna be very similar to the one that was uploaded a few weeks ago, because this season 9.5, I thought they were gonna go big with the patch notes, because I mean, obviously we just got 100+ skills last update, but I guess it makes sense why they didn't go that hard with the patch notes. If you didn't see the patch notes, it was this one. They didn't do much, like what Jubilee buffs, Gambit team up got nerfed, White Fox got buffed, that's nice. Hela got a nerf, Phoenix got buffed, Cyclops got buffed, Elsa got a trap nerfed, Scarlet got buffed, Moon Knight got buffed, Black Panther got nerfed. The patch wasn't that big, so I don't think this is gonna be that big of a difference in tier lists compared to the last one, but I'll try and speed this up as much as I can. But yeah, let me get this junk off the screen. There's a lot of stuff on the damn screen. Off the screen and the KD. I'm currently doing a Psylocke to whatever the hell rank. Anyways, so yeah, we're gonna do supports first, and then after that we're gonna do DPS and we're gonna do tanks. So yeah. Alright. We're gonna start with Adam Warlock. I start with Adam every time. I think he's viable. I mean, he didn't get touched in the recent patch notes, so like, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's probably the same spot I put him last year, if I had to guess. Support pool, I'm going to put support pool in. If you're playing him at 222, I would say he's kind of mid, but if you're in triple healer, I think he's viable. But you have to know how to play him. Most of these support pools are using their gun ult instead of the sword ult, which is very, very troll. You're supposed to use your sword ult, and you got to coordinate it when you're using your ult, because your team, because obviously when you're ulting with support pool, it's a very small circle and you're diving with it. It's a lot of healing, but like you have to know how to dive as well if you're playing support pool, because you're diving with your ult. You have to know how to play the character as well, and you need to be calming. Most support pools aren't good, I'm not gonna lie to you, which is why support pool gets a really bad rep. He's not a bad character. He gets ult very, very fast, especially in situations where, like, I think he's really good. I think the best situation where he's at is situations where, like, oh, it's overtime 3-3, and then you guys have to take point and you guys only have like a minute. Support pool will probably be the only person that's gonna get ult in that minute, unless you guys get a unless you guys stall for as long as possible. But support pool gets ult really fast, so he could actually get you guys to that site very, very quickly. Would get you guys to take site very quickly. But after that, if you guys don't take the site though, he's kind of useless, I'm not gonna lie. But I mean, he's still really good if you have your upgrades, but that whole start of the match where he doesn't have any upgrades and you gotta just wait for him to come online is a lot of time getting wasted, because it feels like you're doing a 5v6 until he gets his upgrades, which is I think there's just better options, much safer picks that are much stable and much more viable, I'd like to say. But a support boy, you just gotta know how to play him. He's a hard character. Gambit. Now Gambit is still best in slot. Nothing's really changed there. I don't really have to talk about Gambit. Yes, he did get nerfed on his team up, but I argue that was a bug fix, because the way that card thing with Magneto was bouncing you in the corner was crazy. I still think he's really good. Probably not best in slot though, because I would like to say Mantis belongs there, in my opinion. But I mean, he's still close. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna put him high as we're like the middle, because I think he's easy to kill since he's 250. But I wish they would just nerf his ult, give him his 275 back, maybe do a tiny buff to his base kit. But I don't know, that the way that ult is just crazy. But it's not as bad as it used to be, of course. I don't think he's that crazy anymore, but he enables some pretty shenanigan stuff like Star-Lord ult, Punisher ult, all that stuff. But I wouldn't say he's that bad anymore. Invis, I think Invis is meta. She's still really good. What was the last change she got? Last change she got was a buff, actually, wasn't it? Her shield heals more or something like that. I forgot what other, it was the patch before this. It was 8.5. Or no, it was 9. I don't remember what it was, but she's still really good. Solid healer, heals a lot, does a lot of damage. Her team up with Johnny's really good. I don't really need to speak that much on her. Invis A, nope. Mine tier list. I think Invis is S. I think she's a really good character. If there's Penny's meta right now. Well, ooh, actually, we'll see about Penny because she just got nerfed, but I think she's still really good. You can pull Penny. She has good CC. She has good damage. She has good healing. I think she's a solid, very, very viable, stable character. So I would say Invis is meta. You can't really go wrong playing Invis into like almost any comp other than, I guess, against DD. But yeah, Jeff. I think Jeff is probably the worst healer in the game, in my opinion. I don't think you should be playing Jeff. His team ups suck. His team ups are not good. He unfortunately got nerfed from the season 9 update where everyone got team ups because he can't use multiple team ups at the same time anymore, which was a big nerf to Jeff. There are some maps where he's really good, of course, like that. God, I forgot the fucking map name. How do I have this much hours on this game? I don't remember map names. What's that one map with all the pits? I don't know how I don't remember map names in this game. That's crazy. The convoy map. Which one is it? I mean, not convoy. It's the Dom map. Is this Hydra map? I think it's this map. Cocoa. I mean, there's maps where he's good, but like most maps, he's just not like. Yeah, it was Hydra based. This map he's really good on, but I don't think Jeff is that good. You have to be getting constant picks with Jeff ult to make him viable. His healing is good, but like mostly Jeff to be heal bot and give him to do the battle rap. There's better characters that you can play the game with your team more. You can peel more. You can help yourself more. Like, I just don't play Jeff, bro. Please. There's just so much better characters with better team ups. Cloak. I think Cloak is S tier. Her team up with the Hood is really, 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 really good. And her other team up with Luna is also good as well. I think the one with Hood is better, but I don't really need to speak on Cloak. She's hard to dive. She has a lot of healing. Probably the highest amount of heals in the game. A hyper sustained character that's very hard to kill. You can play her into almost any comp. If you're really good at avoiding mag ult, she's really, really good as well. And yeah, I mean, there's not much I really need to speak on that. Jubilee. I like Jubilee a lot, so I'm going to put her in viable. Oh wait, she got her Hood team up now. Is that fixed? I haven't been able to experiment with the Hood team up before. Is that fixed? Because like when I tried it on test server, it says it's supposed to make the mark last indefinitely, but it doesn't do that. It doesn't do that. It's supposed to make the mark last indefinitely, but it's not doing that, so I don't know, whatever. Yeah, only that's like 5 seconds, even though they wrote indefinitely. Definitely sustained the hit scan attack for him. But it doesn't. I mean, yeah, it's the whole duration, so you can like, the mark stays on the person, you can shoot them, shoot someone else, and then shoot back at the person with the mark. Yeah, I get that, but like, it's like, I thought it was gonna be permanent on her basic attack. I was wrong. I was wrong, but she did get buffed this patch. As you can see, her energy plasmoid single hit damage went up and the healing from it went up. So she's good. I don't think she's meta though, but if you're fighting poke, she's really good in the poke because she can like disposition them really good. But I think she's viable. She's a good option. I like Jubilee a lot actually. But I don't think she's better than these two personally. Loki, I think Loki is still meta. I mean, not much really changed there. Loki, you can just copy Gambit ult, you can copy Invis ult, you can copy Mantis ult. A really good character. I don't like Loki into dive. Like, I know a lot of people play Loki into dive, Well, as anti-dive, I don't think it's that good, but it's still annoying. I don't think it's as good as some of these other characters, but it's still decent. He's really good when like you're in overtime and you're portaling, and then like you switch to you're a healer, you just use your ult or something and you die, you switch to Loki, you go through the pull your clones down and instantly use your lamps. It's like a mini ult. It's really good. I love healers that do that. Big props to healers that do that. And yeah, I mean, his lamps are still really good. Obviously, everyone's ult costs more, so lamps is a mini ult, so that's just solid. I think Loki's a good character. He does a lot of damage too, so he's definitely solid. I think Loki's meta. But there's just so many healer options that you're not seeing a lot of Lokis. But like it's the game's turning into that. Like some of these characters I'm gonna put in meta, I think they are meta, is that there's so many options for some of these characters, especially like DPSs, that you're probably not gonna see some of these characters. But when you do, they will probably run the lobby if they're good enough. But yeah, Luna Snow. Luna Snow is S tier. That team of White Fox is broken. I don't really need to explain that. It cleanses CC. If you strange alter or whatever is CC, whatever, it doesn't matter. Groot ult, it will just cleanse it. She has good healing. She has good damage. Hard the diver. Her team of White Fox is really good, like I said. It's just a solid healer. Like I don't really need to speak on that. Her ult's really good as well. They nerfed the ult cost of her ult, so they lowered it because it used to cost what, 5,000. Now it costs 4,500. It was something like, or 4,700. I don't remember what the amount is, but they lowered that. Still a solid healer. Rocket, I think Rocket is viable. Phoenix just got buffed this patch, so his pick rate's probably gonna go down a little bit, but his res beacon is still really valuable, and his ult is still really good for against triple healer comps because you need the damage. Or if you're doing like if you're on defense running 3 tanks, 3 supports, that damage boost from his ult would help out, and that res is gonna help out a lot. I think Rocket's a solid pick. I don't really see Rocket being bad, other than I guess into Phoenix, and Phoenix just got buffed, so you're probably gonna see a little bit less Rockets, but he's still a really good character. Ultron is viable in triple healer. I would not use Ultron without triple healer. Don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. The damage is update is way too. I was gonna say you could do it before season 9 a little bit if you're really good, but I don't think you can do that anymore because the damage went up with season 9 where everyone got these team ups. So the damage went up, and his healing can't keep up with it. It's just not enough. You need to play him in triple healer. If it's not triple healer, I don't recommend running Ultron. Even when you watched MRI, the Ignite finals in LA, like the only time we saw Ultron was triple healer, which makes sense. White Fox just got buffed this patch. I think she's good. I know a lot of people hate White Fox, but I like White Fox personally. I love this character. She's probably my favorite healer other than Jubilee. One of these two are my favorite healers, but I like White Fox into anti-dive. Into dive, because I be beating the crap out of these dive characters when I play Jubilee. White Fox, and her ult just got buffed as well this patch. Where is it? I gotta open up like this, don't I? There you go. As you can see, her ult cost went down from 48,100 to 4,300, which is really good. And when she goes into her ult now, it instantly puts the blessing of the 9 on anyone within a 10-meter radius, which is really good. That's actually really good. And also the other patch, they buffed their ult health bar to like, what is it, 1,200 or something like that. Yeah, I think White Fox is slowly been getting a lot of buffs. If she gets buffed again, she's definitely gonna be meta. But I think she's really good. She's in a good place. She's really good at anti-dive. And even if you're not getting dove, I think you should still play her. I think she's a fun character, and she just can't heal as much as these two. Obviously, these healers up here, she doesn't heal as much as them, but she still can do the job, do her job properly, which is anti-dive. Wait, is that all the healers? Oh, it is. Okay, that was pretty quick. I do want this to be quick too, because I want to play more Psylocke, so I want to hurry this up. Black Cat is meta. I don't really need to speak on Black Cat. That move is broken. The iframe move is broken. That shit needs a rework, a nerf, or something. I don't know why an iframe move that does that much damage, especially if you mark them with the Spider-Man team up. Oh my god, that move is so broken. It has like a 2 or 3 second cooldown. It lunges. It's a gap closer. Well, it's not even a gap closer. It's better than a gap closer because it extends her and then goes back to where she's at. Like, that's even better than a gap closer, bro. Like, that shit is crazy. that shit is so good. I don't know, like that move is bonkers. But other than that, yeah, they obviously she gets more money now. Her team ups are good. She does a lot of damage. Instead of nerfing or giving her mobility back, they just upped her damage a lot, so she can kill really fast. She does a lot of damage. Very scary character. BP just got nerfed this update. I think he's pretty mid. I don't think he should be playing BP, honestly. I think he's okay. He's still like the boogeyman in lower ranks, but thing is ridiculous this patch. I would not play BP. Like I had a BP the other night. Son, the video's on the second channel. I had a BP the other night. He was forcing BP into thing, and then I literally asked him, because he got off BP because the thing was bodying the crap out of him. It was a lower BP. I mean, it was a lower thing. He went back to BP after he went to Bucky, and he said I wasn't getting that much value on Bucky, so he went back to thing. I mean, back to BP, and it just proceeded to just get like obliterated by the guy. I literally said why.
He doesn't peel. Play frontline.
Hold on, let me see. Bro. Yo, why'd you switch back to BP into thing?
He doesn't peel. Play frontline. I'm getting we got more value to push the BP.
I'm getting more value on BP. Bro, the match ends, right? This dude had 13 deaths, bro. Son had 13 deaths. He's fighting a red Teletubby Lord thing. Like, please, for the love of God, stop forcing BP in the thing. Like, the character is not that good anymore. He cannot one-shot 250. It's just like you're actually just trolling. You're griefing people's matches. Widow's meta. I don't really need to speak on that. Her damage is really high. She gets all really fast. I think her ult costs 2.7k, which is really low for the damage she does, because she can get her ult really fast. And then when she does all you, if she's flanking, she's guaranteed to kill someone if she has aim. Very strong character. Her Rework is really good. That Phoenix team up is really good. Her Hawkeye team up is really good. Obviously the Phoenix one is better because the right click is instant, but yeah. Blade is still B for Blade is mid. If he does have Moon Knight team up though, he will fry your shit. I'm not gonna lie, this dude is probably meta or viable. Honestly, I might even put him meta. If there's a Moon Knight, he could be meta. He can run the fucking lobby if there's a Moon Knight. And Moon Knight just got buffed, so you're definitely gonna see a lot more Moon Knights. I think he's actually viable, especially since Moon Knight's good. So I'm actually gonna I'm putting him 80. I'm putting him 8 this patch. I think it's the highest I've ever put him. Moon Knight's good now. My last tier list excuse was that Moon Knight's bad, but Moon Knight's decent now. I don't want to say he's good. He's decent now. So you might actually see a Blade run a lobby, but only with the Moon Knight team. If he doesn't have the Moon Knight team up, nah, bro. If he has Cat team up A as well, but Moon Knight team up S, Cat team up A, without it B. But I'm gonna just leave him B for now, I guess. But yeah. Cyclops. Cyclops, he just got buffed this patch, mainly to his other team up with Gambit. They made it so that he gets his E faster after attacking with his primary, and his beam attacks faster if Gambit is there. I think that's okay, but I don't think it's that crazy. I think he's viable, just that like his ult is still kind of buns. Actually, I'm gonna put him in mid. I don't think you should play him over the other hit scans in the game. There's better hit scans. You can play Phoenix, you can play Hela, you can play Widow, you can play Elsa. Dude, it's just so much better hit scans at the moment. I don't know why you'd play Cyclops. He's fun though, and I still do it, but I wouldn't recommend doing it. There's just better options personally, because the other characters have just better ults. His damage is good, but everyone else's damage is good as well, and they have better ults, you know. DD is still DD. I think DD is meta. Well, wait. Let me think. I think DD is still really good. He can run a lobby, just that thing is annoying as shit. I kind of want to put him viable, but like he's still DD. DD is still DD. No, I'm gonna leave him meta. I think you should ban Thing though. If you're gonna play DD, I think you should ban Thing. DD still does DD stuff. Like his damage is still really high. He can see invisible targets. There's some characters that he just full on hard counters. Yeah, I don't really have to explain Daredevil. DPS pool. I think DPS pool is mid. Not really that good of a character. He's okay, but like I mean, his damage is high, but his sustain is not that good. And you need to know how to play him. He's a pretty hard character. Well, I don't think he's hard, but compared to other characters, he's hard. He's okay. I don't know. I don't know how good that team with Gambit is, but like most people I know that are playing a Deadpool, I'll have some crazy ass macro for like bouncing on it at mock speeds or some dumb shit. I don't know. But besides that, I think he's not even that crazy of a character. I think he's okay, but I think he's just mid. Hawkeye's pretty. I still don't think Hawkeye is that good, bro. What? I still don't think Hawkeye is that good. This character's like, yeah. Where do I want to put Hawkeye? He didn't even get buffed or nothing. He just dies so easily. I think Hawkeye's buns. I'm not gonna lie. Hawkeye's just buns. I'm moving this dude down too. This dude is buns. Or just play thing, for the love of God. Play no more, play thing, bro. Like this character is not. It's not that crazy. Hella is S tier meta. I don't really have to explain Hella. She does a lot of damage. Very, very good character if you have good aim. One of the strongest hit scan characters in the game at the moment. Her team ups are both really good, both of them. And yeah, she can beat hop with her bird now. That is, I don't know, that's crazy. But yeah, solid character. They buff their damage fall off too. Yeah, just solid overall character. Torch, I think Torch is viable, low to mid. I think he's okay. You're not Mike's above you. Don't think you're him, but I think he's still really good. But there's a lot of poke characters that are really strong right now. I think Torch dies very fast. He does a lot of damage, especially if you're playing dive Torch. But I think there's just better dive options. He's not bad though. I'm just put him B for now. I'll probably come back to him, but I don't think he's that crazy. Iron Fist. I'm gonna put Iron Fist in S because he got a cool skin. I'm joking. I think Iron Fist is mid as well. He's not that crazy. That buff they gave them where he gets his like reflect black or something like that when he primaries faster. He gets that faster now. I like that buff, but it's not that crazy. He has a cool new skin. Go check that out. Iron Man. This character is buns. What the fuck? His ult is horrendous. He does a lot of damage, but he's a 250 flyer. His team ups are the Iron Man. I mean the Hulk one is meh. Iron Man. I mean the Thor one's good, but his ult is so bad. Until they change his ult, I don't think this character will ever be higher than C tier for me personally. His ult is just so bad. Magic's team with the hood is really good. I tried it out yesterday. I like it a lot. It's actually very, very strong. I might even put her in meta, but I'm gonna put her in viable for now. I definitely think she's viable with that new team up. That new team up is really, really good. She can dish out a lot of damage with that team up. Like I played her yesterday. How much damage did I do? Oh, I'm not on my main. Fuck. I did a lot of damage though. My sources. Yeah, just trust me. But yeah, her hood team was really good. Other than that, just solid character. She has a new beach skin. Yeah, go buy it. MK, he did get a damage buff. I think he's viable, but I don't know. He dies so easily, personally. That's just from my experience. I think he's good though. He's definitely not bad. I feel like there's definitely better options, hit scan options. But like if low rank, he's probably still gonna run them lobbies. But I don't think he's like. I think he's mid. He's definitely not bad though. He at low level he's still really good, but like he dies still very easily, unless he has a C&D. That C&D team up with him is actually really good. I like that one a lot, especially if C&D is there. He goes really far, and that burst heal is nice. It's like a blink. He straight up just disappears. It's so sick. But yeah, I think Moon Knight's not bad. Just that his ult is just very hit or miss. I wish he had a better ult, bro. I wish they would take it back to season 1 or was it 2, where like Moon Knight's ult was smaller. It was smaller, but it would rain down the Khonshu fist faster. So like the moment you put the ult on someone, they would like, I don't want to say they were dead, but like one of the fists was guaranteed to hit, at least one. But like now the ult's bigger. The fists do more damage, but like they're slower. They rain down way slower. So like the moment you place it on someone, they can react to it and just walk out. which I'd argue, yes, it's balanced, but I'd rather take the lower damage, faster fist, personally. But his ult is just, I feel like it's just better alternatives, better poke alternatives that do more damage, have a better ult. Well, probably not more damage, but they have better ults. They can better secure kills, because most of the times when you're just throwing shit into the crowd, sometimes they're not dying. And if they're not dying, you're just feeding ult charge. Because if you're just doing damage and not getting kills, yeah, you're just feeding ult charge. Yeah, he just feeds enemy support ults. Like, at least these other characters, they will feed enemy support ults, but they will get the kill, so it won't just be like a wasted. Well, they won't just be feeding. They'll confirm a kill. These other poke characters. Namor is viable. His team with Luna is really good as well. I've been trying that one a lot. I actually like that one more than the Hulk one, personally, especially for anti-dive, because that slow is really good and it actually does a lot of damage. But yeah, if you have not tried the Namor Luna team up, try that out. That thing is actually really good. I like it better than the Hulk one, but the Hulk one's just more brain dead, of course, but they're both good. But yeah, he does his job. A solid anti-dive, and even if no one's diving, he still does a lot of damage. Good at protecting supports, obviously, and he's good on defense, of course. Locks down the site really well. But yeah, he's just a solid character. Definitely viable. Elsa's still best in slot DPS. I don't think anyone's contesting that. Her ult is just so damn good, bro. Her ult is so good. Her trap's so good. All they did was nerf her trap this update, right? Yeah, they just made the trap 50 health, and it doesn't stun for as long. And also, I think you can shoot it now if you're in it. It's not written here, but I think if you can just shoot it now if you're stuck in it. Like, you can just shoot in front of yourself and it'll break the trap, that's a good nerf. That's a healthy nerf. But yeah, her percent damage is crazy. She can fight tanks, really good ult, really good damage and base. You can't dive her, really good mobility. She has everything. I mean, there's not much she doesn't have. The low cooldowns, like she has literally everything you want in a DPS character. Literally jack of all trades, but she's better at doing a lot of these other things than other characters, which is kind of crazy. And on top of that, she has percent damage. Like, that shit is wild. That shit is wild. I don't know. They give her a lot of stuff. Storm. I think Storm is viable, but like, I feel like you need to be coordinated, and you have to have good healers if you're playing Storm, bro. She's really good with Torch and Jeff, but Jeff is Torch is okay. Jeff is there's so much better healers. Like, Jeff, NATO, and the Torch team up is free now. They don't cost their ults, which is good for her, of course. She's really good in the poke comps. With poke comps, she's really, really good. Like, if you're playing with like a Bucky Elsa, or with an Elsa, or with a Bucky, you can damage boost them and go crazy. It's really good. I like triple DPS comps with Storm. Like, let's say I have like a Elsa or a Phoenix, Hela, and I'm Storm. That shit's nice. I like that. But obviously, she dies very, 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 very easily. But I think she's viable. Just, you gotta know what you're doing. She's definitely not viable in the skin department, but I'm not gonna talk about that. Yeah, they did her dirt. But yeah, I'm gonna just put her viable for now. I think she's okay, but just, yeah, she dies so easily. Okay, actually, I'll put her mid. I think she dies very easily. I don't like how easily she dies. She's very, very easy to kill. She's not really fast either. So, like, if 9 times out of 10 when I catch her alone or even like off guard, she's just guaranteed dead. Not the skins, just guaranteed dead. Phoenix, I like Phoenix a lot this patch. Ooh, I love Phoenix's patch. Oh my God, Phoenix, that anti, bro, she has her damage back from the previous seasons, but now she has anti-heal. So like, what I do is that I instantly right click and I ult, and it guarantees a kill. It's so nice, bro. Because if I tried that before the update, obviously they would heal before my Phoenix ult dunks on them. Now I right click, they're stunned and they're anti-healed. If they try to heal that health back that I just did with the right click, nope, it's too late. Oh, already killed you. But you got to do it really fast though. I love that combo. It's so fun to do. She does a lot of damage. Her spark damage got buffed this patch, so she is pooping out damage again. And also, and a couple patches ago, they buffed her ult damage. The meteor, when she lands, it does more damage. And they buffed her rogue team up, but I like the anti-heal more personally, because we're in a hyper sustain game with crazy amounts of healing. So, I mean, the rogue one's not bad. Just that I think you should opt for the anti-heal. Anti-heal is better in most situations than just raw damage increase. Yeah, it can also help your teammates confirm kills. And there's not a lot of characters that have range anti-heal, so I think you should definitely take that when the option's there. Psylocke. Okay, Psylocke. I'm gonna be very biased with this. I'm not gonna lie. Psylocke is definitely viable. I'm not saying she's not, but her ult is so fucking ass, bro. I would love to put her meta, but her ult is so buns, bro. Oh my god. She's definitely not bad. She's definitely not bad. She's a good character. Just that her ult is so bad, bro. Oh man, it's so easy to deal with at high level. But at low level, I mean, obviously they'd be scrambling, but any ult's easy to kill. It'll be easy, well, really good at low level, but oh, it's so damn easy to counter. Yesterday, how many times did they patty cake my ult that one match yesterday? Oh my god, like it was a Cloak and a Luna. They patty caked my ult every single time, bro. And then when a tank would just jump in, and I was like, oh yeah, that's just not killing. And a thing would just jump at them. Yeah. How much damage does all do per slash? I think it does 160. It used to do 175, but they nerfed it. I was so sad they nerfed it. But yeah, her base kit's really good. Her team ups are both still really good. Just that her ult, I would love to see an ult buff of some sort. I don't know what they could do for it, but just give it the damage back or something. I don't know. I wish they would give it the damage back on that ult. Because it's not like some of these characters, they haven't like reverted some nerfs a couple patches later, you know. 200 BOD, hell no, that's way too much. That shit would delete people. All right, yeah, I don't need to speak on Psylocke. She's good, just that her ult is the only thing that's like lacking, sadly. Scarlet Witch, I'm not gonna lie, I've not experimented with Scarlet Witch enough. I don't know how good her team up is this patch. I'm pretty sure she's still bad though. Actually no, I did try it out. It just doesn't have like the little meter thing anymore. It's just on a timer now. Her team up with Doctor Strange, it's just a timer now. But like I'm pretty sure she's still worse than before the team up update, because she can't use her primary and the team up at the same time anymore still. I'm pretty sure the damage is still lower than what it was before. So I'm pretty sure she's still buns. Her ult is still buns anyway, so like regardless, she's still probably gonna be worse than Slot. Like I don't know a single. I check and change this from worse than Slot because there's no healer that's technically bad other than, I guess, in my opinion, Jeff. She's still buns. Like I don't know. Like why would you play? Like I don't know. I don't know. Spider-Man. I think Spider-Man's viable. I'm not gonna put him in meta. I think he's viable though, that's for sure. He's really good solo dive. But Spider-Man's tricky, like I say every tier list, because his placement heavily depends on the execution of the user, because the character's skill ceiling is very high, so it can vary very widely. But most Spider-Mans, I would say he's definitely viable. Just that if that Namor comes out, I think you need to definitely switch. Like if you're dying a lot, like over and over, yeah, you swing back to the team fight very fast, but like, bro, please just fucking switch characters for the love of God. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying you should be solo diving, but like sometimes you have to do that. Like I was solo diving a lot yesterday because a lot of people are playing poke right now. It just is what it is, bro. Anyways, I'm just gonna put him viable, but he can easily, I don't think he's meta. He can definitely be really good if the user's really good. It just depends. It's just too broad, bro. It's very hard to rank Spider-Man. Very hard to rank Spider-Man. Iron Fist is better this patch because of his stalling. Nah, my tier list. Squirrel Girl. I think Squirrel Girl is mid. Dies very easily. I don't think she's bad. She does her job properly. She just dishes out damage. Occasionally can get kills. Her ult just sucks. That's it. Just her ult sucks. This is the worst Roadhog ult. Ult just sucks. Very easy ult to kill. Unless they rework her ult, I don't think she's gonna be higher on this tier list. I mean, her damage is really high, but they can only set her damage high so high to the point where like if they just keep buffing her damage, it's just gonna be obviously just gonna be broken. Like it would just be brain dead. Nah, I don't think Squirrel Girl's viable. No, she dies so easily. Her hitbox, or my bad, her hurt box is gigantic, and also she's very susceptible to dive. Like this character is like nothing. I'm not gonna lie, she's not doing shit. Her team ups are okay. The Iron Man's not bad, and what is the other one? Not gonna lie, I think that's the only team up I forgot. I forgot the other one. I think she's okay. she does her job. Like if there's a Groot or something and you need more damage, just go Squirrel Girl. But there's just better options. Why would you go Squirrel Girl? There's characters that do just as much damage and have an actual ult, you know. Star-Lord, I think Star-Lord's viable. I don't think he's meta, but he's definitely viable. It's just hard to play him because there's a lot of Magnetos and a lot of Emmas, and like there's a lot of hit scan characters that are good right now, like Hella, Phoenix, and some of the rest that would just shoot him down easily when he's ulting and stuff. But he's definitely really good, especially that Groot team up. He can definitely run a lobby if he has a really good aim. But it's just ulting with Star-Lord is the tricky part because he can die very easily this patch because a lot of strong poke characters. The Widow's here too, like I don't know. But yeah, he's not bad, definitely not bad. Punisher, I think Punisher is viable. I don't think he's meta. Yeah, I don't think he's meta, but he definitely has a place. If there's a Groot or a tank's going stupid and he needs to shred those tanks, he can definitely do that. But I think there's better options at doing that could provide more CC if you're not killing, like Phoenix and some of the other characters like Elsa and stuff. There's characters that can do damage like he can, but can also peel and can also CC. He doesn't really have CC. He just has just straight damage, and his ultimate is good as well. But I don't know. There's a lot of Magnetos right now. I would not. I think there's just safer picks personally. Bucky, I think Bucky's meta. I don't really have to debate that. His team up with Elsa is really good, and Elsa's also best in slot right now. So if you just run both of them in 2-2-2 or something, you got 2 best in slot DPSs damn near. So I don't really have to explain Bucky. Team with Elsa's broken. Wolverine is not a bad character. I think he's viable. His team with Gambit is really good as well. Very sneaky character if you get some sneaky ults off. He does his job. A tank shredder, very, very good tank shredder. The best tank shredder in the game, of course. But what do I hate about Wolverine? I don't know. It's just very, some maps you can't play him though. Like some maps it's very hard to get over Wolverine. Like what's that one map? The fucking the Chala map, the convoy map. I mean not the convoy, the Dom map. The Dom to Chala map. That map, I don't think he's good on that map. I think it's this one. I don't think he's that good on this map. Some maps are just very wide open that he's not really that good at, in my opinion. But he still does his job, and he has really good survivability. So like, if you're an OT and you portal, you can switch to Wolverine. You can stay alive for a long time. Definitely not a bad character. Angela, okay, Angela. I have no clue. I'm gonna put Angela on this. I think she's viable though, but I think there's better picks in the tank department at the moment. But she's not bad. I don't know if she's meta. I don't think she is. But she can definitely be annoying and disruptive in the back line. But I've never seen an Angela. I haven't seen an Angela run a lobby in a long time. I think she's okay. Best dive tank currently? I don't know about that. I'm not doing that. Nah, I'm good off that. Mr. Fantastic. Wait, I was supposed to be going in order. Wait, how the hell did Angela get in front of Mr. Fantastic? Whatever, they're both tanks, I'm not gonna lie. But Mr. Fantastic, I think Mr. Fantastic is fucking cock and balls. I'm not gonna lie, this character is buns, bro. Stop playing this character, bro. Bro, just play an actual tank. He's okay, but like, bro, please, for the love of God, just play an actual tank, bro. He's a stall character, yeah, but like, I'd rather stall with Iron Fist or something. Or like stall with like Wolverine or something. Or like, not saying Wolverine's a stall character, but he can survive for a while. There's better stall characters in my opinion. Even Blade was stall for longer. I'd be stalling on Blade longer than I'd be seeing these Mr. Fantastic stall. Okay, that's probably dead. That's gassing it. But I feel like Iron Fist is a better stall character, personally. But or Venom, like why would you, like, I don't know. Just stop playing this character. Let's see. Tank pool. What was the last change he got? I don't remember. Oh, they gave him his damage back. They buffed his damage, and he has a pretty good team with Hella. I think tank pool is viable. I don't think he's meta though, but he's definitely viable. He's not bad. Just I think every single tank pool player in existence went to go play Hood. So, and I don't think they're coming back. I don't think they're coming back. Venom. I think Venom is still good. He still does a good job at diving. He's really good at dive. obviously he is nerfed because they nerfed his swing cooldown. This nerf mainly only affects Venoms that were swinging in to dive instead of running on a wall and then diving. So as you can see, his Venom swing has a 10-second cooldown now instead of 8. But also, the bonus health he gets from his symbiote resilience went down by 10%. So the amount of blue life he gets went down. But I still don't think he's bad. This nerf mainly only affects people that swing in, but this nerf just overall nerfs the character. But I think he's still really good. I just don't think he's like broken best in slot meta or nothing like that. Oh, not, he's definitely meta. I don't think he's best in slot anymore. Okay, Dino. I think Dino is mid. He dies so fucking fast, bro. This character is so bad, bro. I like him, but his survivability is so bad. But they definitely did do good with by buffing his damage, because when he first came out, obviously he was unkillable. So they took his survivability away a little bit. But then after that, he was dying like crazy. Now he still dies like crazy, but they buffed his damage. So like at least if he's in front of someone, he can still kill somebody. And apparently like him with the Jeff team up is good if there's a Jeff, but like I have not seen, I think apparently team captain's been running that shit and he's been running lobbies or something like that, but I have not seen enough to be convinced yet. So I'm not gonna take the bait. I think the character dies still very, very easy. I think the character is buns. I like his damage though, and if you're like fighting like triple tank, you can play him because he does % damage. But he dies so fast to poke. It is so bad. Yo, what's up, Ethereal? How you doing? Strange. Okay, Strange. I think Strange is viable. This is Portal Boy. Definitely viable, but I'd rather you don't play him and you play one of the other meta tanks, and then we can switch to Strange then to Portal. Personally, but he still is not bad. He's definitely good, especially when we're fighting like a bunch of poke. Having that 1,000 billion health shield or whatever with the Invis team up is really good. But I'd rather just keep him as a Portal Boy personally. But yeah, Magneto best in slot. I think that's the best tank in the game at the moment. Very, very solid tank. You can play him into any comp. His ult's really good. His bubble, his peel is really good. His damage is really good. That team up, that damage with the Wanda team up is so fucking broken. It does so much damage, bro. Oh, that team up does way too much damage. But I mean, I guess he can keep it, but like, they're gonna have to nerf something on him. Something gotta go. Either his peel or his sustain or his survival. Something's gotta go. So I don't know what, something's gonna go. I don't know what's gonna get nerfed, but something will get nerfed on this guy. He's been getting nerfed, buffed every single patch, slowly but surely. What they buffed, even this patch he just got buffed. His team, okay, well this needed to happen because I don't know why his team up with Scarlet would make him worse when Scarlet was there. But what they buffed the throw speed of the ult. The ult, he can hold it for longer. They buffed his bubble a while back or something. Like he's slowly been getting buffed every other patch. Like low key, he's not beating the allegations. He might just be the server, like the Luna Snow of tanks. He might just be the Luna Snow of tanks. Is that too much to say? I don't know. Low key, he's not beating the allegations. He just slowly just gets buffs out of nowhere for no reason at all. For absolutely no reason. Well, there is a reason, because like most I mean, you're 9 times out of 10 you get stuck solo tanking, so like just go play mag. They can't have mag players be miserable when they're the only ones playing tank. So I see why they did it, but like, can't y'all just buff some of the other tanks to make people actually want to play tank? Whatever. Anyways, yeah, I think he's still best. Well, I think he's best in slot now, that's for sure. Especially since we're fighting so much poke, and he's good in the poke and dive, so definitely not bad. Cap, best in, no, I'm joking. I think Cap is still viable. You're not seeing a lot of Cap players lately, so people are, some of the Cap players are trying to downplay, saying that he's trash now. No, there's just a lot of people. There's just other people playing other characters now. Like most tank players are playing the Hood, or they're playing Thing, or they're playing Magneto. They're playing the big 3 of tanks right now. Like, I don't think Cap is not D tier, bro. He's good. It's just that you don't want to play him in the Thing. You don't want to play shit. If I see a Cap, I'm playing Dino. I'm not gonna lie, but he's just not as good as the other tanks right now. I don't think he's trash. He's definitely not better than Angela. His ult still really good, and he still can stall, but like, I'm not putting him in D, bro. Cap is not D. That's propaganda. That is propaganda. He doesn't do anything. He does what he has to do just fine, bro. He assembles the Avengers, bro. He assembles the team together and he heals them. And dives somewhat. And then dies. But still. Next, Emma Frost. Emma Frost is S tier. She does. Oh yeah, people are playing Emma Frost as well. The big four: Mag, Thing, Hood. Mad Thing, Hood. Who's the last one? I guess Venom. Like, there's just better tanks. Oh, I forgot Groot too. Oh shit. Wait, maybe. Okay, hold on. Maybe Cap might have to be lower. Holy shit, there's so much better tanks than Cap right now. Okay, that doesn't mean he's low. Like, there's just better options. Just because there's better options doesn't mean he's bad. Like, that's like me. Like, the lowest healer on this tier list is B. And even then, you can still play Jeff. He's just, compared to what you could play, he's just bad. That's exactly what that means. Nah. In the tank department, yes, he is bad compared to what you could play, but that doesn't mean he's a bad character. You're comparing him to other characters that are really good right now, yes, but he's still an option. He's still okay, probably not a shit. He's still an option, just not as viable as the other options. Oh man. Okay, next. Oh wait, I talked about Emma Frost. She's good. Diamond Forward is good. Her team with Luna Snow is really good. If there's a Starlit ulting, you can play Emma Frost. She's like hybrid. She can do everything. Like she's not a bad character. She's definitely really good. I don't remember what the last buff she got was, but I'm pretty sure it was her diamond form tankiness. Worst tank? Okay, he could be the worst, even if Cap was the worst tank, which I don't think he is. I don't think he's worse than Dino at the moment. That doesn't mean he's not. I don't think he's as bad as Dino. There's just no way. There's just no way Cap is as bad as Dino. There's just no way. I'm not saying that. That's dead. That's extremely dead. Groot. I think Groot is still meta. Really good in the triple healer. He forces DPSs to switch to poke. Poke as in like Punisher and stuff. And he does a lot of damage. He has a team wipe bro that costs 2,800. His team ups are good. I don't really have to speak on Groot. I mean, you guys know Groot. He has not gotten touched in so long. Hulk. I think this character is fucking poo poo. I'm joking. He's not poo poo. I think he's viable. Just actually, fuck that. I'm putting him in B. This character's ass. This character's ass. Never mind. I'm not. Nah, this character's ass. I don't like Hulk, bro. The only thing I like on him is his bubble. That's it. This character dies so fast. I love fighting a Hulk person when I'm on poke, because they will die and the fight will turn into we will just explode his Hulk form. It'll turn into a 5v6 so fast, and it just keeps happening and happening. I fucking love it, bro. I love it so much. I love it. I love it. I see Hulk and I just sigh. Yeah, if the Hulk is on my team though, and I see him de-transform, I'm like, fuck, bro. Fall back. We're down one. Just fall back. Don't even try to save him. His ult is good, but like that shit gets shredded too. Like I don't like Hulk. I don't like Hulk. I think he's not good other than his bubble. I think he's mid. Penny. Penny. I think she's a viable option, but I don't think she's as good as she was last patch, of course. But she definitely is not bad. She's still really strong. I mean, Poke can light her up. Like Phoenix is back too. Let's go. Let's get it. I don't think she's like meta no more, but she's still solid. And she can still lock down sites, and she's still really good on triple healer. How is Black Widow above Bucky? It's not ordered. This isn't ordered. I'm not. Nothing's ordered on this tier list. They're the same tier. This isn't ordered. Rogue. Well, what did they do to Rogue? I forgot. Hold on. Oh, they made her shield convert when she blocks converts to more defense or something like that. I guess. I don't think she's that crazy though. I think she's still kind of mid. She aight. I could probably put her viable, but I like her ult. I like people that calm when they're about to ult too. I like that, but I don't think she's that. Definitely, I'll put her viable, but that's about it. Thing. This dude is S tier. His damage is out fucking rageous this patch. His damage per 10 skyrocketed this patch. I don't really need to explain why that team up is so good, but yeah, he gets what blue life per punch of it as well. Like the damage is crazy. It's a shockwave of fire going forward. It like I don't know. This character just doesn't die either. I don't know. Even like when we have so much poke characters in the game, he just still doesn't die. Like, shit is ridiculous. I feel like the only time I ever kill him is when I'm on Elsa, since Elsa does % damage. Even when I'm playing Bucky or what, this dude just does not fucking die. He just eats that shit and runs away. Like, I don't know. That dude just does not die, bro. Like, it's bad, bro. It's bad. This dude just does not die. Like, I don't know if he's gonna stay like this, but like, for the love of God, someone do something about this guy. Like, someone do something. Thor. I think there's better tanks in the game than Thor at the moment. His team up is annoying as shit, but like, people know they just shoot him and not die to him finally. He's okay. I think he's okay. I'll put him in A. I think he's okay. I don't think he's that crazy though. Week 1, he was annoying as hell though. Oh my god, that dude would not die, mainly because he just kept reviving. But yeah, I think he's okay. Yeah, if you have a brain, he's not that bad. If you don't have a brain, oh yeah, he's gonna run that lobby. He's just gonna keep reviving. Hood. This is the newest character in the game, and I am going to put him in S tier. This character is really good. I've been spamming Hood almost every match. Character is really fucking good. It doesn't really matter which team up you use. Obviously, the Scarlet one has a higher skill ceiling, but like both of them are so good. It literally does not matter which one you use. I just wish you could make the Scarlet one instant cast. But they're both good. You can teleport with it. They both have anti-heal. The Scarlet one has 35. Wait, no. The Scarlet one has 40% anti-heal, but it ticks. The Moon Knight one has 35. Wait, no. The Scarlet one has 40%. The Moon Knight one has 35, but the Moon Knight one's instant. They're both really good. Like, the Moon Knight one gives you an actual wall. So I feel like if you need more damage, you can go the Scarlet one. If you want more, like, if there's more poke on the enemy team, you should probably go to the Moon Knight one to get that actual wall. And if they walk through the wall, what? They become blinded, and what else do they get? They become blinded. They do less damage. Anyone that shoots through it heals less and does less damage. Like, the wall does so much fucking things. It's insane. The wall does so many different damn things. It's crazy. Like, he has really good utility. Obviously, he doesn't have that much crazy peel, but his utility is really good. He can anti-heal, reduce damage, reduce healing. Motherfucker can teleport. He's pretty fast. He has a lot of life. Like, he has actually a really good kit. Like, he has a lot of stuff in his kit. His ult does a lot of damage too. Obviously, it's very easy to counter ult, but like, if they counter ult you have to just wait, because you can stay in your ult for like what, 13 seconds or something like that. You just gotta wait. But yeah, that's my tier list. This tier list is very similar to the last one, other than a few ones being different. Like, obviously Hood is here now. Black Cat, Magneto's not S, he's A now. I mean, he's Z tier now. Elsa's still the same, Ash is still the same. It's like damn near the same tier list, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, that's the season 9.5 tier list. I'm expecting a big patch for season 10, and that's the 10th season. They gotta go big, no? I think that's why they barely did any changes this season, because one, they added 100 skills this season, and that's a lot of skills they have to go through. But yeah, That's my tier list. Like it, hate it, I don't know, it's up to you. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later. See ya. Boom. All right, that's done. Damn. W stream. Son. The God Killer's coming. Is he coming? Are you scared of the God Killer? Or the God Slayer? Are you afraid of the God Slayer?
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You're not afraid of the God Slayer?
My Odachi is sharp.
Thor main should be. Oh, isn't he in the Thor movie?
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Never watched it. Y'all seen the Kingdom Hearts? Oh wait, so what happened to Kingdom Hearts? They dropped the new trailer for the anime or something. It's pretty cool. Let me see if I can find it. Is Psylocke Cyclops gutted? I don't think he's as good as he used to be, but I don't think he's gutted. There's better options and his cooldowns are higher. Oh, there is a new trailer. The fuck is this? Oh shit. Okay, I'll look at the Kingdom Hearts trailer after this match. Wait, why do we blend? What the fuck are these bands? What the fuck are these bands?
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not
What are these bands? I'm gonna go to sleep. Oh, I see it, dude. Hold on. I have like gajillion text messages I have not responded to because I was doing that tier list.
Shadow and light in perfect harmony.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You are not as
What are you
human
doing, Sage? What are you doing, Sage? What are you up to?
The battle starts.
Can you go over Cyclops being B tier? Bro, you got nerfed. There's better poke characters in the game, bro.
One.
Cyclops got nerfed ages ago.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Run the tactics again. Everything has to be watertight.
Oh, I didn't put the thingy back on the screen. Oh, that's the wrong thing. Where the fuck is the rank? Oh, that's the drops. Wait, where is it?
Looks like the mission area is yours to
The
capture
fuck?
now.
That's not rank. I'll just pull this. I'll fix it later. I can't find this shit. Oh my god, where the fuck is this thing at? Why is it gone? Ah, there it is. You made Bucky? What the hell? I gotta fight Didi. I should have banned Didi. I think for this sub goal I'm doing, I think I have to ban Didi every match. Makes playing Psylocke fucking hell. Is he gonna die or what? Okay, that character doesn't die. Hold on. The hood, typical. And I'm joking. Nah, the hood is sick. What am I fighting, bro? What is this? Come get carried with the same on this account? This is a solo queue account. I can't kill with people on this account. I'm doing a sub goal.
Out of sight. Step aside.
We can play tomorrow, probably. We'll play tomorrow if you're down. I low-key just let that dude die. Stream snipe me? You think Sage should stream snipe me? That'd be pretty hilarious. What? Where'd that guy come from? That guy came out of nowhere. Wait, why are we not using support ults? I don't get it. We're just gonna let them push us back this far? Bro, we're just gonna not use these ults. I don't get it. We're just gonna let them push us back. Like I don't get it.
Keep going. Control lost.
I don't know. They just sat with their ults the entire half. I'm silver 2 with GM potential. Oh, okay.
Shadow and light in perfect harmony.
Some people should be saving their ults for themselves instead of ulting. Why though?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wait, Kingdom Hearts got a release date? Late 27? Because they are hard stuck flat. Oh, I see.
The battle starts in
I see.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
One blade pierces minds.
You just switch heroes with a full ult bar? Yeah, GG. He switched to fucking Adam.
A shield. Many
I wish we had a second ult right now. I wish we had a second ult right now. This is a loss. I was about to add a win to the KD for the last match, huh? Nah, I gotta remember to add a loss after this, I'll tell you that.
step aside. Light guides me.
Judge, jury, executioner!
No, this ult's useless. Ult's literally useless.
Double KO.
Yeah, I don't know what to do about this match.
Your team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
Healing magic. Light guides me. Healing magic. Shine with me.
Is this guy still on Daredevil? Yeah, he is.
Magic. Lovely. Light guides me.
Yeah, this is a quick loss. Like, I don't know. Now we have 4 DPS or 3?
Us against the world.
Yeah, he swapped the game without using Adam. Oh, yeah, bro. There you go. That's the OMM, yeah. That's the OMM, bro. I don't know.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
The OMM of Doom, bro. This guy didn't ult a single time that whole game. He has 7k healing. That would the whole team. What the fuck? Ick sucker is crazy. I know who this guy. Wow, it's just a cap. Fuck, I'm avoiding the Jeff too. I don't want to play with a Jeff. Character's cheeks. That character's cheeks, bro. Yo, this account is actually hard stuck plat. Okay, well, it's not hard stuck, but it's gonna be. It's gonna be at this rate. Might as well be at this rate. Just like me, damn.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I gotta do this before the season resets.
My order is sharp.
Because I don't want to get my rank pushed back. So I have to do this before season 10 drops.
Now,
So we gotta speed this
who am
up.
I gonna banish from this match?
Season 10 don't drop for a while. I mean, it's next month on like when? 11 or something like that. Let me check. Oh, it is 11th. Cause that's the Friday. It has to be 11th. Tomorrow I'll try to do an earlier stream because I want to watch CEO. Because I missed it. I would like to actually indulge in some CEO. We're banning Hood? Wow, okay. Sure. I would like to indulge in some CEO tomorrow.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Might say rep. Is Blade good this season? Yeah, he's really good if you have a Moon Knight. Yeah. Play some Yakuza 0 music.
Together, my friends, we will find a flawless balance.
30 seconds before you
I gotta go
attack.
back to. I gotta go back in the stream and see if Twitch is in B or lower.
Whoa,
There's a new Doomsday trailer. Okay, I definitely can't watch that on stream. They will shoot my shit down like a friggin' fighter jet.
All that matters is now.
Right. Gotta be present.
I don't know if I can watch any of these on stream. Since I'm live on YouTube.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is
Yeah, and I'm not doing reactions anymore from live on YouTube. That's just too risky. This shit is way too risky.
Here they come now. I found one of our critics.
What a difference.
Oh, well, Hulk, let's go.
Sayonara.
looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Capture the mission area.
That guy's annoying.
Sayonara.
I'm about to say, y'all just gonna let this Punisher kill me, or?
Perhaps
Nice.
your leader will turn around. What a difference.
Double KO. Control seized.
I ain't get a stream noti? I tweeted the stream, bro.
Light guides me.
I tweeted the stream, bro. Did I? Let me check. I definitely did. It did. Oh, the Discord didn't?
I am ready to put on a show.
See how easy this character dies? See how easy I die? Let me see.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Oh, it didn't. What the fuck? I don't know why I didn't tweet. I mean, send a Discord note is weird.
Sayonara.
You're mine. A nice deep breath.
Bot bugging out.
Glory is almost yours.
Judge, jury.
Yo, big ass. What the?
Farewell.
Jesus, why do all the what? Go play the game. I've never seen 3 tanks challenge someone off angling.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Goddamn, I didn't know it was that deep. Go play the game.
Together, my friends, we will find a flawless balance.
Okay. The Red Baron.
30 seconds before you attack.
Oh, I didn't put. Did I put the loss in for the last match?
You look at me as if you know me.
In my time,
How much was a fucking loss, folks?
you are one of the greatest warriors our nation has ever known.
I've been seeking others like me.
And once we are done here, I will gladly take you to them, my dear. Krakoa would be delighted.
The battle starts.
Yeah, I
in
didn't.
5,
Okay, there we go. I put it now.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission
The new
area.
Doomsday trailer good or what? I know they just announced the new X-Men movie. Who's gonna play who? Is that a score girl? That's interesting.
Out of sight.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Look how big her box is. That character dies so easily. I didn't even have to use a right click or nothing. No, the Doomsday show isn't around Doom. Well, I mean, the last one is copyright. I definitely can't watch this one on stream. But they literally took down rival streamer streams for watching that shit on stream. Wow, okay. Oops. What? Oh. I thought I was next to the wall. Why is their entire team flanking? I don't really know. Not my problem. Yeah, where's my aim? What's up, Edgy? It's 25. That's 25.
Victory!
25. Is it long enough to talk about Spider-Man? No. 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 Spoilers? Hell no. Movie just came out. No. Hell no. No. Not at all. You lost your mind. At least 3 months, yeah. At least. I'm not talking about Spider-Man spoilers on this stream till like December. I'm not talking about that shit on the stream till like December at least. December is crazy. It was a good movie, bro.
My order is sharp. My mind.
If it's still in theaters, hell no. Do not even bother talking about it in here. They got until next week? Oh hell no. I got a ban Daredevil. Seeing Daredevil ban less than Black Panther, that's crazy. Yep. Yeah, that Doomsday trailer looked good. I'm not gonna watch it right now, but you can definitely tell they're cooking. JoJo Part 3. Was it before I watched JoJo? It's a little milk.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Why is it not opening? What are you talking about, Clout? Some people don't have money to go watch the movie. I'm being insensitive. Oh, fuck.
Round one, go!
No one told them to be broke.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You lost your mind.
In Japan, they still whisper the name of Kamen, the most famous nine-tailed fox. You know her story? Of course. She's one of a cautionary tale, then?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Under their growing presence of loyalty, it would be wise to show some respect.
Now get that vehicle to its destination.
Light guides me. Damage sustained. Need assistance. Step aside.
Oh, my aim was ass. I could have killed him there.
This will do nicely.
Yes, keep looking at me instead of healing your healers. Bop.
Healing magic. Lovely.
They're down one healer. You guys can walk up. Yeah, this guy does not like me.
Sayonara. A shame this was your last dance, Lord of Stars.
Step aside.
Almost there. You're back now.
A strategic victory, Miss Hall.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Shine with me.
Now I must survive this.
Gambit never falls! For mutant kind!
The enemy has arrived.
The fuck is that aim? Oh my god, these Jeff players. What? Where was he aiming? Is he drunk? That was not even close. Is he drunk? Oh my god. No, it's okay to miss an ult, but that wasn't even close. Oh my god.
Double KO.
Your day.
Jumping off the map, you ain't killing me.
Your day ends.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Sayonara.
You're mine. Good time.
Here they come!
Bye. Light guides me.
Healing magic. Farewell.
Name on his guard. Step aside.
I'm dead as fuck.
Moving again.
My life is in peril.
Oh, did I do it incorrectly?
My light cannot be snuffed.
Oh, I didn't.
Farewell. Step aside.
Why am I in plat 3? Because I'm hard stuck.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Step aside. Damage sustained. Perhaps you are the leader is meant to be, Magneto. That's better. Shine with me.
Double kill!
Perhaps farewell.
W bubble.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Who the fuck is hitting me? Nice, there you go. That's a good Jeff ult. There you go. Okay, Jeff made up for it. He got 3. Made up for it. I don't know what he was cooking up earlier, but it's all good.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Step aside. You lose human.
What? It voided. What? That last slash voided. That would have killed her. Dude, that last slash was supposed to kill her. Fucking slash no regged.
What a difference.
Oh god.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
I don't know why those bubbles were just conveniently there, but whatever. I don't know, because I don't know why the hell Jeff put the bubbles on the enemy's team side. But whatever.
Miniature metal spiders. Interesting.
That guy's dead. This guy's like the only one turning around. Oh god.
Farewell.
What am I doing?
This will do nicely. Stranger will move farewell.
Oh, what?
Only 60 seconds left.
Reborn once more. A few
What's up, Prince? I appreciate that, dude.
you're mine.
You want to play Psylocke? No problem, bro. I'm dead.
Target neutralized.
I don't give up so easily.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Sayonara.
My man has how many kills? 8? Man's up next.
Farewell.
That sucked.
The current
Mark
score
shock.
is 2-2.
Oh, go for it. Go for champ. Nice, nice.
Time to switch things up.
Like that, like that. I have not been playing Blade lately, huh?
The right
But then again, I have barely been on my main account. So, other than yesterday.
Is sharp.
Why is it always the ones with TTV that do the worst? Yeah, 8 kills is kind of crazy, I can't lie.
harmony.
Holy shit! All I see is Marvel all over my timeline.
Y'all, I'm sorry. I need to make a separate account. I was doing a challenge, but my bad. I'll switch, y'all.
What the fuck? What the hell? What, that threw me off guard. Zootopia 3. Oh, today's Brian's birthday, by the way.
No.
Today's
so
Brian
here's
Ev's
the thing.
birthday.
I have to play rank. I might just need to make a new account. But I have to play rank. That's part of the challenge. But I think I'm just gonna give the sub.
Yo, can I get a sub?
I'm sorry, bro.
Can I get a sub?
So,
Can you give me a
maybe?
sub?
If I fail the challenge, maybe.
No. Can you give me a sub? Why you stop talking? I want a sub. That shit one shots me. I knew the moment he put that shit on me, I was dead.
My farewell. Step aside.
Use a special control for Tokon. Play on my Razor Kitsune.
They are many, but we will prevail.
Almost died today though. How did you almost die? Am my mod back? Nope. Not right now, you can't.
That's better. My apologies, little spiders.
There's still a chance to stop.
Styrofoam, hoping to afford more than 2 megabytes of RAM. Styrofoam, what the fuck is Styrofoam 7? I'm dead as fuck. Was there a Bucky here?
Spiders? Do they bite?
Brother, this guy does so much fucking damage, bro. Bro didn't realize I already took the whole back.
Double kill.
What a difference.
It seems we have company.
He's stopping in their tracks.
Need assistance.
Armed and dangerous! For mutant kind!
The spider nest hasn't cleared.
Hold on, I can't reach that right now.
Flow, gentle light.
Okay, so he's immortal when he does that. Jesus Christ, what is wrong with this Gambit player, bro? This guy is actually unreal. Why does he keep trying to 1v1 me?
Stop them in their tracks.
That's better.
Only 60 seconds left.
I'm gonna check and see if this Gambit used this things out the spawn. Oh, he didn't. I wanted to check and see if he used his shift out the spawner. Okay, well, you're dead.
Out of sight.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Oh my god, this song's gonna be PTSD. I fucking forgot about the Cabaret Club shit in Yakuza 0. What? Oh, God. What the fuck is wrong with this kid?
On to the next.
I'm trying to read chat and I hear Kari just getting chucked into my damn back.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Step aside.
They have one healer.
Sayonara.
Flow, gentle light.
They have one healer again. Where's Gambit? He's probably just sitting in the spawn. He probably fucking gave up. Yeah, he gave up. Oh, never mind. They're portaling. That's what he's doing. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, they doubled. Okay. Game should have ended right there.
Might be a good time to stop them.
My light cannot be snuffed.
You ever just watch Gambit's bad at playing poker?
Better stop that vehicle.
He's bad at playing poker.
Nothing more sacred than a temple.
I don't even know how to play poker. So if there's a joke there or something with like Gambit never folds, I wouldn't understand it. Is there just no damage on this team? Okay, I know what to do. I'm just gonna target the Jubilee. I'm targeting the wrong person, clearly. I swear this cap has tried to kill me like 9 times and has failed like every time. How do you have ult again? I've been giving him back shots the whole fucking game and he just doesn't. Oh no.
Only 60 seconds left.
He used both his shifts, come out the spawn room. Bro, they have one healer. How are we losing? Team, please, bro, please. They have no healer. They have literally no healers. Team. Team, I beg, I beg. I can't. Yo, does my guy have no hands or something? I don't get it. How are we losing this? I can't keep killing a healer and then we have 2, but we're unless one of them is not healing. Okay, that's game, right? Right? Okay.
Final score 2-1.
Quite concerning, I must say.
Epic victory. Big win.
W custom game? Alright, that's enough for this count for today. We switch accounts. Is the intermission scene still lagging? Let's see. Is it? Oh no, it is. Why is it lagging? Odd. That's so weird. I don't know what's causing it. Anyways, we're gonna do some old games of Full Ice, so let me change the title of the stream. Okay, we're on the full account. What's up, Black Ghost? Can you play Animal by Cat's Eye? If I play that, you won't be able to even hear that on YouTube because it's copyright. I'm playing non-copyright music right now. She got the magic skin first try? No fucking way, bro. Of course I get it last try. She gets it first try and I get it last try. I got both of them last try.
I think it's this one.
There's no fucking way, bro.
Wait a moment.
Bro. I got both of them last. Both last, literally. All good. All good. If it was Psylocke, they would have gave me it first. All good. Oh wait, she's not on her main. I mean, on her other account yet. If it was Psylocke, the game would have knew to give me it first, of course. Yeah, I want to look at the trailer, but I can't look at the trailer right now. The Doomsday one. And at the end of the YouTube stream, they just shot my shit down so fast. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay. Where's the cage trailer? I can look at that though, at least. It's this night. There's nothing wrong with that. Sounds pretty good to me.
Huh? Wait, what happened?
Whoa.
He's been forgotten. When there's no one left in the living world who remembers you, you disappear from this world.
Damn.
We call it the final death.
What color is the sky? Ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor. You tell me that it's red. Ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor. Where should I put my shoes? Ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor. You say, put them on your head. Ay, mi amor, ay, mi amor. Whoa.
Welcome to the Plaza de la Cruz.
This shit look beautiful. Whoa.
Yeah. It's showtime.
This is a lot
Mickey.
of new information. I bet I'll find a clue to saving Sora now.
When folks disappear above, is this where they always end up?
But Sora isn't here.
What? Sora, is something wrong?
What can you see?
Sora, hey! Strelitzia! Sigurd!
Wow. 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 They have a date? Damn. Late though. Damn. Wow. That looks fucking good. Very short trailer though. I'll let me up in this call. Hello. Oh, wait, what the? I think he's not connected. Hold on. Why is this not connecting? Oh, it's acting up. That's fun. Oh. Discord might be down. Discord down? Odd. Oh. It's just the call is bugged. Hold on. Disconnected. Wow. Oh. Nah, that Doomsday show is part crazy. I just haven't looked at it yet.
Okay, wait, I can hear him.
Oh.
Oh, can
Works
no.
now. Okay, nice. Alright. Hello. Okay. What are we doing?
Alt. alts.
Alright. Yeah, I'm on the account already, so just invite me when you're.
Yeah, I'm opening mine.
Alright. Yeah, Cyclops
I heard
visors
it
in
took
yellow.
you all the balloons
Yeah,
to
I
get
got
magic
it
skin.
on the last one, and yeah, chat told me you got on the first one.
Echo of Doom. Do you guys hear an echo?
It's all good. Both of them took me the last one.
What about now, chat? I got on my first one, the magic skin.
It's all good. If it was Psylocke, they would have given me it on the first
Okay.
one, of course.
If it was Psylocke.
Yeah, they would have given me it first.
Psylocke on the first one?
Yes.
It's good now. Yeah, I had to mute my... I guess my audio is just messed up. Sometimes my audio resets. For some reason.
There's no you, Black
How was that
Ghost.
game? Did you win?
Yeah, barely. Barely, but yeah.
You were close on that first one. If Gambit had died sooner, you guys would have gotten it.
I killed
Probably
Gambit like a
would've gotten it.
million times, but I don't know how we kept losing. Even though they're down one healer.
Psylocke, my wife. Y'all, let's chill about talking.
You're banned.
Hey, Kazu.
Black Ghost is on the hit list now.
Like these.
You're on the hit list. You're on the hit list. I'm on Twitch. Yeah, I'm on Twitch. What do you mean? I'm on both.
You ready?
Are you ready? Good. I'm not
I already
warmed up.
started.
Or
I'm
are
warmed
you?
up.
You playing matches yet?
No.
Then how are you warmed up?
Well,
Well.
I don't need to warm up.
Oh, you got it like that. Okay, my bad. My apologies. I didn't know you was moving like that.
Mm-hmm.
You really feeling your mag, or what are you playing?
I'm playing Mag.
Alright. I'll play
Mentally she is.
But I guess.
Definitely.
Let's go.
Guess I'm not gonna play Mag. I'll probably play.
Now,
I don't want to play
who am I
Emma.
gonna banish from this match?
Probably play Groot
Um.
or a DPS.
No, dang.
You want to see me play more Elsa? I'll play Elsa tonight. If I have the chance to play DPS, I'll play Elsa.
I don't think Alice is gonna get through a single match tonight.
Oh, that's right. I could play Thene too. Thene is fun.
Yeah, this rank, that character
Yeah,
never
the
gets
servers
past.
are cursed. I think the server is always cursed. I don't think it's never not been cursed. Like, I've been on other servers before. Not often, but I've been on other servers and it felt like so peaceful.
Ah.
It didn't feel right.
Wait, what? You felt too peaceful. What the fuck? What's that
It
supposed
just
to
felt
mean?
too peaceful. Like, I don't know. Just no one's raging.
You're trying to
Maybe
say
every
like
now and
Dallas
then.
is just like a bunch of crazy people? Is that what that's supposed to
Yeah.
mean? Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Cheers.
better get used to it.
Chat, how many of you guys play on Dallas server? Oh, I'm used to it already. I've always played on Dallas. But playing on the other servers feels weird.
I have some friends in Dallas. Dallas is cool. I've never been, but looks cool.
I don't like this comp. We'll see how it works.
Oh god. I'd like it more if we didn't have a Jeff.
It's always the Jeff.
It's always Jeff. That character is so bad right
It's
now.
always the Jeff.
Okay, he switched. He switched into this.
Jeff on the other hand. Was that a link you sent,
Alright, go
Ninja?
straight to point here, no lollygagging, just go straight to point and then hold them.
Oh, didn't you guys say Def was raging today or something? Someone put a clip in my
Jeff was
Discord.
raging.
Someone put a clip in my
Oh,
Discord of him
wait.
raging. I'll send you it.
Wait, Ninja sent. Oh my God, Def.
It's the dark energy that your hood is giving off.
Oh, that? Glad you noticed. This year's hottest accessory.
It's not that
Send me
bad.
on Discord.
I mean, you wouldn't be able to look at it
Whenever
yet,
you
but
can. Yeah.
I sent it now.
Got it?
No lollygagging.
Lollygagging.
Must be nice when you're fast. I'm fucking slow. Hey man, where's the team?
I am here now, sorta, kinda. There's a BP and a Venom in our backline.
I thought we weren't gonna lollygag to point.
Easier said than done. I'm going in. I'm on their healers, but
No, our healer died.
I see. What? Well, I'm dead. Did you see that shot?
Why are these hits not hitting? It's not making sense to me.
I just rubber banded so hard. Yeah, I was lag or something. I don't know. I went through the teleporter. It teleported me out of the teleporter. We have cloak ult, but
We could have waited for that.
it's all good. So I kill these guys.
What is going on here? What the fuck?
Oh, they're so low.
Oh wow, that's how your icon looks when you're ulting?
What? It didn't teleport me. That's so weird. I teleported to my seat. It didn't teleport me though.
Did you want to, Oh, I was gonna say portal.
It's too late for that. It's too late for that already. Walked to the spawn room.
Why the fuck is everyone hiding?
Fucking Bucky really chased me. Oh, he pulled me.
Damn, I wasn't gonna ult, but we were on point for so long.
Send it here? Sure. What was he doing? I know he was streaming for a long time, but I don't know what the context is. Oh, Daredevil when the enemies on the other team were win trading. Oh. Yeah, that'll do it.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I mean, yeah, if you had win traders, then yeah, it's justified.
Yes. And before you ask,
Justified crash out.
Really? Not even if I split half the loot with you?
believe it or not, Felicia, some things are more valuable than jewels.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's go.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What is Victor?
I already have an idea of where that went.
I mean, he can't say anything crazy. What the hell? He's not gonna risk getting his stream taken down. What the? There's justified rage. He has win traders on his team. That's pretty lame. Man, what is happening on our back line? Jeez. They are getting fried.
I don't know what I could do to help them.
Get off the mag, bro. We don't get a mag. Get out, go Emma and grab this Venom to try to help.
No, I'll go thing. Oh, it's banned. But why do we not just get on the more? Like I don't. Yeah, we need more anti-dive. Thing's banned. I can't even go thing.
Yeah, let's go Namor while they have a button that's just gonna shoot anything. Like that's the fucking smartest thing I've ever heard.
I'm talking about for the
Oh my
black
god,
cat.
this guy
the
needs
black
to fucking
cat.
chill.
Yeah, it's still gonna help. Yeah,
Brother, I just got the fish. I'm gonna drop the fish on our back.
You guys want anti-dive, but I mean, we're doing the best we can. I mean, yeah, he's gonna shoot those squids. That's what he's supposed to do. Like what? This match is over.
Whoa. Okay. She went to the point, right?
Nope.
Wait, where'd she go?
She died.
No, our Sandy. She didn't go to the point?
I don't know where she went. They're low. Jeez. Let's see. Feeling the tank abuse. It's not tank abuse. This guy's just complaining, but doesn't want to go anti-dive himself. He just wants to play Black Cat. If you're gonna complain, then go anti-dive. It's not much we can really do on
the guy that was complaining, the Bucky.
Was it the Bucky? It was both of them.
Hold on, they're going to point. She still died? Oh god.
You guys really don't know how to patty cake each other. It's quite funny. Especially with the most survivability person in the world. You're playing Cloak and Dagger and you survive everything.
My man complaining about everything.
Oh, that's right, because you're playing against the BP with the fucking hood team up. That's smart.
Oh my lordy, bro. My man complaining about everything.
Oh wow, this guy is just...
I don't know how you stay calm with these people. I mean, this is an insta loss. I don't know what he wants us to do. Like, what's... I don't know what he wants. Like, he's performing just as bad. So, like, I have no clue what he wants. He had one final on
There's
DPS.
only one thing I know about that guy.
He has one final, bro.
He got diffed by the enemy Bucky. I saw that 1v1. He died.
Damn. Why would that one? Nah, the hood team up is good for her as well. But yeah, if she is dying that much, she should switch. But
yeah, you have to adapt to it.
But
one team up is
I mean, we have a Black Cat, and we're not, and they're playing BP, and we're not playing no more. Like, I don't know. He just wants to play Black Cat, like, but instead, instead of yelling at his duo, he's yelling at the healers or tanks.
Hood on, guns out. Let's go.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this?
Sting banned, yes. Sting was banned.
Sting was banned.
I would have played it, but it was banned.
Crazy. For real, D1.
The more is open, yeah, that's what I was saying. He should swap off Black Cat, but he said something. I just swapped. I don't know what the hell he said.
I feel like I don't know.
What?
Shouldn't DPS be the first to swap for dive?
Doesn't really matter, but if Thing is banned, then yes. There's not much anti-dive we can do. Thing's banned. I mean, I could have went Devil Dino, but like...
Hi, Ninja.
Why would we just not go what's his name? No more for the BP. And his excuse was that they're gonna shoot the squids. That's what they're supposed to do. What? He said they have a buggy that's gonna shoot the squids. Of course he's gonna shoot the squids. What the fuck? Doesn't mean you still shouldn't play it. Like I don't know how that's an argument. Supports himself. Yeah, but she was already on cloak. Was damage him? Yeah. Well, actually, I just D-ranked, so it's diamond.
Yeah, it's diamond. I forgot. Damn, I totally forgot. First assault for dive should probably be the supports themselves. Oh, you know what, Lee? You are right about that. Yeah.
Yeah, but she was already on cloak. I mean, I don't. Who was the other support? I don't know.
I guess if you're playing like cloak, you kind of gotta rethink how you're gonna play if you keep dying. Child. Hi, Incurcio. How are you in Soul?
Boom.
How's she doing?
Boom. Boom. Yeah.
Big ammo pack.
Yeah, he would have fried, man.
Great warm-up round. That was awesome.
That was awesome. It was insufferable.
I wonder who they're gonna be playing. Oh, I see a Hulk and Cap.
My guy's one. I have a blade.
You got. Get behind me.
I'm good.
Our healers are getting.
Blade's one. My guy's dead. Diff him? I'm not playing Blade on this account. Blade's low again. Oh, he's dead. What the?
Oh.
Careful. Oh, cloak is so low. Waltzing us.
Oh man. Okay, just eating my first meal of the day. Your first meal?
First? The hell? Hey, yo. I'm dead as hell. Watch out, Hulk's ulting.
Better stop that vehicle. They've made it halfway. Stop them.
What's up, Isolation? How you doing? There's a cap up here? Appreciate the sub. Oh crap. Thing banned again? I might have to go thing. They were diving the hell out of our sports.
My price is way too high. I need to cut it. For what? How about you? Hi, gaming.
Pretty sure it's some of the meme. You know thing is banned? Oh, he's not. Okay, I'm switching.
Holy, I got melted.
Rock solid.
I'm surprised Invis jumped in time for that. Edit lyrics, don't worry.
Yeah, those are lyrics to a song.
Oh, okay, okay. I'm going down.
Sam. Oh, that's not good.
Loki's down. I'm gonna push back. Where's our healer at?
I was protecting her. They died though, sadly. Oh my lordy. Oh yeah, I'm not leaving. Oh no. This Moon Knight's gonna fry me. Only bad thing about playing Thing here. This Moon Knight's just frying my fucking health bar. Usually in destroy, it's like 2 matches in a row. Our healer's just getting obliterated, so I gotta play Thing.
Got you. Get behind me.
Thanks.
Ooh! Ooh!
Yeah, they do damage.
The shield set to hold. No, I don't have the shield set to hold. You guys put the shield to hold? Hi, Ark. Our healers are getting destroyed. I know.
Nah, we're good now.
I don't even know what more I could do.
Nah, we're fine.
Wait, we don't have the point.
What? I thought our healers got the point. I can't do it all, man.
And hi, Werewolf. It should be in the settings. I honestly didn't know that.
Somebody on them? That thing goes crazy.
How are you doing, Werewolf? I don't have bubble.
I'm good.
Oh, he blocked it. Wait, that was actually pretty cool. Fuck, there's something going on here.
I think we're good. Yeah, I think it was definitely the play.
Did you guys see the enemy host block that? That was cool.
They portaling? No, they're not. Alright, this works.
Yeah, they are.
Too late.
They can't.
Nice.
Current score is 0-2-1. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
So you don't use all of your shield when you block?
Team to win this one.
Yeah, the
So
bar.
it would make my recovery faster than my cooldown.
Yeah, technically.
Hi, Darkness. How you doing? I'm fine though with the shields. I still need to warm up a little bit, but I think I'm fine.
Okay.
What do you play? Wolf? I'm assuming tank though. You have to play mag. There's no way.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Oh, you're champion mag. Okay. You have champions for other heroes? And Infer Dream Team are back. Hi, Death. Oh, wait, where's that? God damn it.
There we go. Okay.
Death,
What's
did you
up,
want to
Duff?
join us? Our games. Games are okay. I don't think we won one yet.
No, we only played one. only played
really?
one. Yeah, we just started.
Okay.
Getting sleepy?
No.
Okay, this blade doesn't die.
Get behind me. Oh God, Lee. I'm down. Okay, Death. We are in Diamond right now. Diamond 1. Let's play Emma Frost, Venom, Captain America, Doctor Strange. You're a tank player.
Got blade.
That's cool. I have a lot of respect for my tank names.
No, god damn it. Oh, he's still here. I'm dead as fuck. Damn, what lasered me like that?
Did I not?
Oh, Jubilee.
Okay, I shouldn't have went that far. That was my bad.
Nah, that's on me. Jubilee lasered
I'm
me.
running mag right now, Wolf. I'm kind of dabbling in all the other tanks. I think mag is probably my best. Yeah.
Worst character? Why still Scarlet?
That Bucky's.
I got all of them. Oh my god, I got everybody.
He doesn't die. What? Oh wait, I forgot he has life still. My dummy. Come on, Cloak and Dagger ult, so you're on the second dash. Oh, I didn't know that.
Oh my god, this guy's annoying. Careful, careful, careful. I can't save you.
That's fine. I had their invis though.
She's dead, she's dead.
Rogue guys? Oh, rogue guys? Poke at max range at mag? Okay.
Oh, I didn't get him. God damn it.
Oh my god.
God, they have so much stalling characters. So annoying.
Yeah.
Sheesh. They got Cap, they got Blade, they got Hulk. Much stall.
They better not bring out Fanta. I hate that guy.
Yeah, this doesn't die.
Okay, I have ult. The enemy C&D didn't ult yet, right?
Not that I remember. Got her, got her, got her.
Treat Jubilee like a punch roll. Go hit it right away. They don't have a Jubilee. Oh, they did. Okay, so she's about to get her ult then. They had a reset to 50.
Yeah, probably. Oh my god, this Hulk just keeps exiling me.
Die!
Need more mental energy.
Can we get 3 on cart?
Okay.
Or at least 1? I can't be the one on cart. One of the healers needs to stay on cart.
in my bubble doing that.
I got stud.
Okay.
This MVP on Dino. Nice. That character is cheeks. So doing that is actually really impressive.
Okay, I'm predicting there's gonna be Sandy ult. We're gonna ult on the second die. That was not second.
Just aiming at someone else. She's gone.
Got him.
Nice, that works.
No.
Oh, that's not good.
That was not second down.
Sheesh. You want me to TP or you got it?
I got it.
Protected them.
Fucked up.
Oh my god, I can't go in the spawn room and heal. Oh, I think we lost off that. He put the teleporter behind our thingy.
Yeah.
That sucks. Yeah, they counter TP'd.
Damn it. Oh well.
It'd be like that. It'd be like that.
Mm-hmm. They tracked it to 76 though? What do you mean? 76. Let me in.
Your ult.
Oh, Death, you want to join the call?
He's talking about charging your ult to 76.
Oh, charging ult, okay. Where's the group chat? I'm gonna end call and then join with it.
Bet. Wait, where's this call at?
We have killed T&D. Yeah, we're going. Yeah, me too. I'm surprised we didn't. I felt like I was holding ult for quite a long time. It's like such a good counter ult for healers. I have to use my judgment for that.
Yeah, sometimes you can just do it. Just to like push up
Yeah.
and take sight and stuff.
Think of it like another defensive ult to keep your team alive.
Yeah. Really walk with it and take sight.
Yeah.
Did you just wake up or something?
No, I'm just always tired. Permanent state.
I see. Your mic's echoing, by the way.
Oh, like hello, start Lord.
Well, I think your in-game mic was on actually. Oh, one of them.
That's not a fool.
That's what it was.
You really should have known better.
Are you practicing filling it? Yeah, I can play Jubilee. Wait, put the thing to enemy.
Wow, that didn't.
Put the thingy to enemies. Lie. The friendly fire thing. Alright. Frags it on me.
Damn.
Yeah, it's hard to do if she like jumps around.
Oh yeah, it is hard when she jumps.
Yeah, you gotta do it like right when she's falling.
Yeah, what you snacking on?
Some chips.
Ooh, what the fuck?
What?
Oh.
You didn't expect this switch?
No.
Oh, that was too
that
fast.
Was enough. Yeah. We're at the crosshair.
Right, crosshair.
Judge, jury, executioner.
You did not have the
What?
old voice line.
Oh, it's because I did it too quick.
Yeah.
There's another one you can practice on. I mean, something like those two. See if you can hit me when I do cloak.
I want to try it on your second dash. Try it. Well,
You gotta be faster than that, dude. Nice.
there you go.
Us against the world.
Oh, that's not direct
Oh,
enough.
the bot though.
Us against the world.
Aha.
I got to your teammates though.
Bruh.
hold on.
Us against the world.
I'm getting impatient.
Us against the world.
Ooh. You gotta stop getting impatient, dude. Hop on Star-Lord, not on this account.
How does that? What?
You didn't charge it enough. No one's shooting.
Oh, I totally forgot. Yeah.
If this was no match, I would definitely go. But you gotta remember we're in tests, so like no one's shooting.
Us against the world.
Am I too early on that second dash?
If this is an actual match, yes, that part wouldn't be early enough, but
Us against the world.
like I said, you gotta manually charge it.
Us against the world.
Damn, that is too fast. Too early.
Us against the world. Coming up. Us against the world.
Gotta wake up, buddy. Wake up, buddy. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
There we go.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up.
Going. It hits where the confirm is on the screen. I didn't pay attention to that. Mid-air snipes for the aura. Yeah. Wait.
Test it where dummies are shooting. I'm still
Mid-air
now.
snipes. Okay.
Mid-air. Whoa. You guys are trick
Wait,
shotting?
I thought you meant mid-ult. I don't think I've hit Sandy mid-ult before. I don't always say her at the end of her ult.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Play this match shot. I don't know. I want to play.
Oh, wait, we should ban thing first. Hello, you people
Guess
still
what kind of
ban
snack
BP,
I
huh?
have today, chat. Be right back. Let me go get it.
Yeah, that guy's definitely about to get mad at us.
Crazy ban off the bat. Nah, this is vicious as fuck, eh? Oh, yo, I didn't see my.
Whoa, everybody put in something else, quick.
Bro, low-key,
And something
she's
else.
kind of annoying to die, I'm not gonna lie.
Alright, we good. Now we get back Black Cat last.
Then
Like
what,
that?
want a
Alright.
group? Is some group bans for our tank over here?
Nah. Root's fine. We got a rocket that can shoot walls.
Alright, Ian.
It's not shooting well.
Rocket to shoot walls is crazy. All right.
Is the Black Cat in the game?
Mm,
Oh, thank God.
Please, Black Cat down here.
you're right.
The right heroes could make
Probably
all
right,
the
but
difference.
I don't want to find that one game that there's one that does.
I filled up. My Twinkie, yeah.
I got corn today.
Corn? It'd be corn. What type of corn is it? Like sweet corn or like? Mmm. It was tasty.
Might as well do a little healing in the midst of all the damage I cause.
Oh wait, I don't want to actually play this character. What do I play? Play Iron Man, even though I know I'm gonna get annoyed.
Yeah. Oh, sweet corn is so good.
All right.
A mouth full of corn is so good.
BP.
What, mayo?
Put mayo on corn? I never had that.
Yeah. It's like
Never
it's the
tried
closest
that.
I could get to an elote.
Corn on a cob. Yep.
Wait, no. Where's my BP?
What? He switched.
We're on defense.
No. I need you on BP.
No,
Oh, they have a
the
BP.
first point is not even a BP, bro. I'll switch when we
Wait,
get
hold on. Is the team behind?
I'm behind you.
Okay, because I don't want to go too far. I didn't take a look. Y'all good over there?
That was Thor. He's low. No, he's dead. Is he in the Angela team? Oh, he is. Wow, that's crazy.
VP behind.
The food connoisseur. I'm telling y'all, chat. She needs to start a food channel. Give us some motivation, chat. Start a food channel.
I'll be right here.
They have a solo tank rogue.
I hit.
Soul Tank Rogue? Oh, that's interesting.
Oh.
I'm doing too much damage for them to tank it. Oh, they just gonna not get on hits again? They're just gonna let me do this on Iron Man? Oh, I love that.
Oh. I'm surprised Spidey's not coming for you.
He is. He just keeps dying doing it.
They're on draft.
Oh, that's perfect. I don't know how he's gonna eat me. I'm flying. So I can snipe from across the map. Oh, she's low.
There you go.
You know.
That guy, I don't know.
Oh, watch out for Jeffel. He's definitely gonna ult sometime.
Alright. Ooh, she was reloading when the Jeff was reloading. Oh, help! Help! But
Well, the tank forgot about point, but don't forget about me, guys. I'm just here.
Everybody ready?
Nah, I was too far. My fault.
How do I cut them? One of the DPS is about to ult. There it is.
God damn it. I killed two before I died.
Okay.
Come on, Spidey. That's not Spidey.
Oh, Jeff's ulting.
Oh, I hope I'm not dead. Fuck.
I think I can save you. I got you.
Hey.
I canceled the C&D ult.
Oh,
You're gonna have it
perfect.
in the next push, though.
Damn, that thing reduces my damage like crazy.
They're gonna have to.
What?
TP,
Rocket,
right?
you were up here? How did you get up here?
You guys good over there?
Oh man.
Oh,
My ult
she
getting
went.
blocked, yeah. Yeah, she iced it.
support her.
Oh, cloak ults for no
Oh,
reason.
she got ult right after. God damn it.
That's good. She wasted.
HC. Sh
Killed 2. Boy, let me get this BP. Killed 3.
Don't leave the portal.
Y'all good?
I think they're good.
No.
Or not. Wait, how? I killed 3.
There was more there.
I'm coming. I'm almost there.
You were like right in front of the portal, and I was like healing you, and I was like right as you left the LS.
I had to keep
like,
rising
no.
because I was getting low. Yeah, it's game right here.
What? How's that guy alive? Interesting.
Amazing.
Why are you playing Iron Man and Spider-Man? Because I know he's worse, and I know I'm better.
My turn.
I better see that BP now. I was disappointed.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I never wanted to be Iron Man, but it worked out for everybody.
Why did it work? You don't have to switch all the time if you're just better, chat. Even if some people are your natural counter, they might not even be used to fighting their counter. As crazy as that sounds.
That's actually true.
Like, sometimes I play Psylocke
really,
into Loki.
you're really good.
Just keep doing it.
Oh yeah, I do that all the time. Fuck it.
Yeah, like some of these Lokis just don't even know what they're doing.
Yeah. The only way you get countered by Psylocke on Loki is if you just repeatedly just dive in and press Q and you don't think.
No, Daredevil was a different story. That like that one
Okay, listen. That one sucks, but like here's the trick to doing that, right?
I just kite him, right?
You can kite them, yeah, but then what you do is you lure them over to a room, isolated room that they can't get out of, and you solo ult them.
Oh,
right?
okay.
Because
like what you did to me.
They'll see you. Yeah. They'll see you, and they'll do it every single
So
time.
what you did to me that goes.
Yeah,
Got it.
I bought some.
Did you hear me call it out beforehand too?
I think so. I'm inspiration to have an Iron Man.
The fuck is...
I wish they would rework this character's ult. God damn, bro. Really dislike it. Nice.
Okay.
Final score.
That one
I
wasn't.
just ranked up out of the range of you
I
guys
had to take
already.
the chance.
Uh-oh.
It's 1 HP.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Nice.
An install with a Hulkbuster.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That instead would be way better. That's all good. We just have to rank up.
1 sec. Yeah. How many do you rank up?
I'm on promo game. Wait, no, I'm not. I'm on 73. I'm like 2 off on about her.
Oh shit.
Give me a second.
Oh.
Oh. How'd that happen?
The game already?
We insta-queued it, I think.
Okay.
I mean, we could
Wait,
play
what were we
anyway,
trying
but
to
we're checking your rank.
Yeah.
Well, how much you were
I might
to
have an ult
promo.
that could
Oh
play.
wait,
Doesn't give
did
me-
you leave?
He's out of range.
Yeah, because
Which hero do you think you want to be
yeah.
today?
But it's all right. I'm gonna go use it as an opportunity. I'm gonna go grab some fast food, and then Hopefully
Ooh.
come back and maybe you guys ranked up. If not, I have another account that is I can use for like a game or two.
Okay.
Especially if Eli's on Meg, because Meg and Rogue is fun.
True. That was nice.
All right, I'll be back.
All right. Should make his ult. Oh wait, that's what you said earlier. Yeah, that would be way better. Cause that 9 gajillion frame startup ult he does is so bad. I hate it. You think we're gonna run to any of those dudes using the config stuff?
What?
The config stuff. You think we're gonna run to any of that?
Config.
Remember the thingy I showed you? Of people putting configs in their game to end the match.
Oh, you mean like when that hello was really green? Oh, okay, wait.
Oh well, that one was crazy, but I know which one you're talking about. The green hello one's funny. That green hello one is so shameless.
It really is.
I know
I
it
was
was
reading
that
the
deep.
comments on it too.
Like,
It was
come on,
pretty
bro.
deep. It
Like,
was pretty deep.
have a heart, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Pick your hero.
Just ruins it for the people that actually need configs to run the game.
You know what? I'm gonna play Elsa next game, or try to play her.
Good luck. Highly, highly, highly dope. You gonna get that character tonight? It's always the hella players too, chat. It's always. Minecraft graphics.
Oh shit.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You ever play Until Dawn?
Mm-mm.
Damn. You said you wanted a horror story game. We could play that. Either that or the Quarry. You pick. Go, bro.
Quarry.
Alright. I think you're gonna enjoy
So
it.
Dawn is so funny.
Both of them are funny as shit. I haven't played Quarry in like 6 years, but I want to replay it. Until Dawn, the second one's gonna drop soon. So yeah, you should play the first one. You can do a co-op. It's like a movie story game. Horror thingy. It's like the directive game, but better. Not actually shit. I got mag. They have a black hat. Oh my god.
Oh shoot, are we not going on point? Okay.
I thought we were, but then we weren't. Yeah, I saw a gospel.
Capture the mission area.
House of Ashes? The House of Ashes is good too. I think you just played that one. Or you watched it or something. I don't remember what you said.
I didn't watch that one.
Damn.
Before it.
Oh, you can put that on the list
There's
as well.
just a black cat in the going around back.
I'm gonna switch after this. I'm gonna fry by the Cyclops and this hood. Yeah, I can't even live.
I'm coming back. We lost the DPS and I'm not sure if I want to push up into that.
Oh, goes Mag, goes Mag. They're all low. Get them, get them, get them. I'm throwing this girl off the map because she's an asshole. No, she faded.
Okay, I was gonna say, no way she didn't die.
Nah, they're dying. Don't worry about that.
Where'd the Cindy go?
Somewhere. Over there. She dead now. got my fucking ass slapped. What was that?
Damn.
Damn, why she do me like that? When you finishing 5 hearts? What the? I have no clue what you're talking about. Damn, you got laid out.
Ooh. So they're gonna have a mag ult that
I'm at ult. Look, you guys walk with me. I'm at ult. Someone's taking the point. Nice. That's a good stall. We got 2. Oh my god, thank you. No!
Oh, no.
It's all good. It was worth it. It was worth it. I got Jubilee. I should switch, but I'm having fun on this character. Fuck it, I'll stay.
Sandy's gonna have ult, and I'm trying to. Fuck. Nice.
Oh, wait, he just comes back.
Oh, you can
Oh, nice.
Hey, got their
Ooh,
Psylocke.
hey, look at that practice just worked out.
Don't do shit to that. Max range. Nice. Okay.
What's up, Fade Otaku? Oh, Faded Otaku. Oh.
I got C2. Oh, good shit, Lost.
What's up, Valentine?
Were the games tough getting up to C2?
If I got a which character recommendation? I don't think I've ever seen you play. Sure, give me the character. What new name? I think it's a cool name. What character is it? Wait, so which ones have you played? Or whatever. Or Dark Pictures games have you seen or played or whatever?
I don't know.
What? You said you watched Markiplier play one of them. I don't remember though.
I watch a lot of games, but I don't really recall the people that made it.
Huh.
Battle starts in 5, 4.
Okay, well, I'll just add it to the list, I guess.
All you need to do
Love
is
your
capture the mission
YouTube videos. Drop the follow. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks. Appreciate the support. Iron Fist? I've played Iron Fist. What you mean? There's a video on the second channel. The new Iron Fist skin, like, I dropped it, like, I think yesterday. I'm gonna go ult them. I got frozen. Are you serious?
Oh, can't save you.
Yeah, you can't save that. Bro, my ult just got cucked by that.
Someone cap point.
And check. No, you're good.
Find out how much chaos I can cause.
I'm gonna switch down.
Oh, Cindy, that was very dangerous.
Careful. Damn, you guys won? Damn, you guys cooked them.
Yes. We didn't cap the point when it was available for some reason.
Oh, really? Damn.
Yeah.
Luna nerves? My Luna buffs. Oh,
Got
nice.
Sandy?
Oh, sure you're cooking.
Oh, they blocked it.
Oh, good.
I am ready to put on a show.
Damn, that Phoenix lit him up.
Just fall down.
Yeah. Careful with the ult.
Kind of. I'm getting way too close.
I'm with you.
Well, I'm getting too close to hit.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Hope they portal because I'm gonna ult his ass in the spawn room. That'd be pretty funny. Come on, portal. Somebody portal. Guess I'll just ult them here, I guess.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Luna's one. Oh, we're down two. Oh, shit. Get her ass. There you go.
Okay, nice.
Nice. You should watch Brandon's.
That's what's scratching out after playing Rocket for too
Big dubs. Oh, I just stole your MVP. I'm so sorry. I literally just stole it last second, I think.
Why?
Whoops.
You MVP stealer.
It was a mistake.
I worked so hard. I worked so hard.
All good. I'll make it up to you. Those were some good dunks. Those were some good dunks. Let's get that sub goal going.
Oh, wow.
There.
Thank you, Infer. Thank you. I forgot what this one is for. You're gonna do it too, right? Have you already done it?
Sure. I mean, no, I'm gonna give us accounts to do it on because we're not gonna do it on these. You're gonna do it on Duck on Quack. I'm gonna do it on Verso because we can't do it on this account or our mains. That'd be crazy.
Thank you for the gifted. I swear.
So do we do 10
there
characters or like how much characters should we
There
put?
is definitely not enough for avoids. They increase the days, but not enough for avoid. Let me see.
It's the expedition, of course.
I have to go back to what you were describing it.
Oh, I can just write it again.
Oh yeah, I found it.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
I'm gonna pin that message to you.
How much characters should we do? Do you play enough for 10 characters for that?
Let's see. Yeah, I would say so.
I think we do 10.
Yeah, I could do 10.
Bet.
The void counter resets after 3 voids, which suck. I think it should be at least like 10. Come Whoever had 3 of the same
So
people avoided
Raijin.
for 30 days. I actually haven't avoided anyone in so
Again.
long though.
Well, scat, I should say. Little scat again.
I don't remember
For
when's the
gifted
last time I
sub,
avoided a person.
No problem. I remember last time I avoided someone. It's today. What did you?
Today?
It was you.
Me.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Can I avoid party members? Be stupid. Be hilarious. Be cute. Just put me on the enemy team. Yo, that'd be fire.
You guys have to be raging
Yo,
against
that would
each
be
other.
fire.
We already went up against each other a couple times.
No, that's customs though.
Some crazy bullshit.
We haven't went up against. Oh wait. You're right. We have. Because I remember you had like a throwing.
Bro,
someone.
I think like every time I went up against you, my team was throwing.
I've actually. Yeah, it was twice. I've ran into her in ranked twice, chat. And every
chat,
single time.
I remember one.
Nah, I think
but,
the second time someone was throwing as well.
Oh my god. I was like, okay, this is nice. We could have a nice, I don't know, intense battle against one another. And then my team wants to fucking throw. Dude, I remember them
That's
arguing
fire.
in chat. And raging in the comms, I think they're raging in comms.
Sounds good to me. I'm gonna try Scarlet Witch.
Oh, look at that.
Try out that right
Look
click.
at that.
Right click got buffed. It knocks back now, just like the normal one. It might be worse
So I
though.
guess somebody's spamming this?
I think it's worse 'cause I think it does lower damage than like the base right click. I think it's still bad. Try it. Yeah, I think it does lower damage than the base right click. So I might fuck up your combo. I'll switch characters after seeing how this goes.
Charge 2 for the same damage. Charge 2 for the same damage.
Oh, you have to charge it to just 3 levels on the charge? That's ass. Why doesn't it just start at the better level?
I have a fucking blade. Oh, damn. Yeah, I like that. I like it. I like it.
I still can't believe for both the Wanda skin and Magic it took me the last balloon. Thanks.
Dude, that blade got fucked twice.
Yeah, he's not gonna have a good game. Whoa. Oh, we're ulting? Shit, let's go. I guess I'll ult too, I guess. Oh, never mind, you killed her.
Got her.
Nice. Oh, damn. Hold on.
First Scarlet.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
I love this team.
She's not happy I put her low on that tier list chat. Where did I put her? D? I think I put her the lowest of any character. Oh shit, chat, don't.
Where did you put my girl Rogue?
B?
I bubbled the wrong person.
B?
On accident.
Alright, you know
Which
what?
is mid? I think it's B or C. I don't remember one of them.
You know what? I won't get mad because you know what? I've seen way worse this season so far.
What? Someone put her in S?
Oh, this something.
Not worth it?
No, people are putting her in D or C tier.
I'm already TP.
I don't think she's that bad, but definitely way better to fix. Like, you can't play her if there's a thing at all.
That's the second time we've seen me eat the ground.
What?
Press the right click to get the full.
Wait, see me eat the ground? Wait, what?
By an Emma? I
Oh,
think the last
no.
time I saw you eat the ground by Emma was when you were on Blade.
This character sucks. Switching the Storm.
Wait, I don't understand how to charge it though.
You just hold right
Oh,
click.
you swapped out?
Yeah, I swapped. That character's ass. I'm sorry.
Oh, just hold it right. Okay.
Yeah, it'll shoot
tapping
up to
it.
3 swords.
Okay.
The more you
I thought
charge
there was
it.
gonna be a certain.
I switch back if you want to try it.
No, that's fine. Ooh, I can't see this guy.
Damn, I wish I had the beach skin on this count.
This guy's gonna ult.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Bad timing.
I don't have ult for it.
So unlucky.
Oh, I should have bubbled her.
Yeah, that's all good. Yeah, I'm gonna switch back. Try it real
This guy
quick.
looks like he's about to ult.
Try it. Try holding right click. Well, after your ult. Nice.
Shit. Okay. I didn't think I was gonna get stormed there, but I did.
Have some confidence, dude.
Oh, okay, I charged it.
Yeah.
Wait, I like that. That's cool.
It looks really cool, but the base part sucks. So, like, if you try and do the one combo, it's kind of worse. Like, the base
Hey, am I in
combo
the
is
right-
worse. Oh, shit.
Was I in the right,
Voice chat?
what's that, yeah?
I think you were. I don't think I heard you talk at all, actually. But you know the Magneto one combo, right?
No.
What the?
Oh, is it the right click and then you do the primary? Is that what you mean?
No, it's primary, right click, primary. We don't know that? I'll show you it after this.
No. I didn't think there was combos for this guy.
Yeah, I'll show you it. It's all good.
Okay.
Damn, you've been doing all this without knowing the combo? Damn. That's actually pretty impressive. Cause I don't know how you've been doing this without knowing the combo. Whatever, when you know it, it's gonna help you get kills a lot. I'll show you after
I'm
this.
just gonna have ult.
Bubble me?
Where are you at?
Oh. Thank you.
Oh, you still got them. Nice.
Damn. Why'd you do him like that? Damn. That was brutal. Oh my god.
I want to charge up this right click again.
I got out of there.
I'm trying.
Oh, no, I'm trying to
Dead.
save you. Oh.
Yeah, I got choked.
You enjoy it?
Oh, I probably did forget then, Rack. Because I didn't remember.
Oh, fuck, I'm dead. I love Hugh Jackman.
Andy's already ulted.
Good
See, Andy
name.
ulted when you ulted, huh?
Yeah. That's his name. I love Hugh Jackman. That's his name.
Cindy's won. Shit.
I'm trying to help this guy get his again. Hold on. Oh, our backline's getting fucking stormed on. Pun intended.
I got him again.
Oh, nice.
We should get this. I got both their healers.
No,
what? No.
All good.
Is 0, 2, 3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Gosh.
What?
Need a top-notch team to win this one.
All good,
I'm
dude.
so sad we didn't get that point.
To find the magic.
They had both the healers there.
But it does help.
Man, be like that. Try this Jubilee team up. Makes my ball makes them vulnerable when I blow it up. Or I can press it again to blow it up or something.
Vulnerable?
Nah,
You're
they're just
talking about
stunned.
the orb?
Yeah, the orb. When I press it again, it'll blow up and make them vulnerable. Apparently.
Kind of chaos. How delightful.
Something like that. Okay, so how does this work? So I put this down, and then I can press E on it. Oh, that's cool. Has fireworks on it.
Where'd you throw the bubble?
Here, hold on, it's on a cooldown. This thing, you know the little thingy that stuns this? Hold on. This thing?
Yeah.
I can press it again, and it'll blow up. It'll make them vulnerable.
Thank you for the invite.
Okay.
I think I will pay.
What does it do if Jubilee's there?
The battle starts in 5.
Oh, when I use my shift, I heal in it? When I go invulnerable? Okay.
I'm just playing ego for this one. Not really.
An eager for a streamer?
chicken
What in
nugget.
the hell?
What?
What? There's no way you're browsing Twitch is doing that. There's no way that would work. Ask Infernasu
That's
Dev.
weird.
Yeah, it's very weird. Ask Dev, not me. This is very creepy.
It's a good way to get yourself put on a list.
Yeah. That's like very, very creepy. I would not go around doing that if I were you.
Fate isn't sealed yet.
Aww. I think I was gonna die there.
Yeah, I gotta switch. I'm not doing shit on this character into this.
Is it the damage boost? Is that why we're taking a lot of damage from Storm?
I don't know, but I'm about to roll it up.
I'm surprised how much damage we've taken from there.
I got a healer.
Yeah, the thing I don't think people realize is that women talk. So, you know, if you're creepy and weird.
Yeah, they're like, I don't know. That is very concerning going around doing that. I'm dead. He killed me.
Damn.
Time to play Hella. Nah. You okay?
I forgot it.
Yeah, I'm just dying. It's alright. I already have a post-death plan. It's fine.
Huh? Say that.
What?
Dude, I'm old.
Did I not?
I gotta think about these things.
I'm not even that old. Wait, well. Depends what you consider old.
Let's see.
What do you consider old?
Halfway through your life.
Bro. How would you know you're halfway?
We need to pay attention to this fire guy in there.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch and go kill him. I actually have to play Starlight and go kill him because okay, I can kill this fucker. Alright, he's dead. I'm gonna play Starlight until we get the point at least.
Oh, look at that tracking. Oh my god.
I'm fucking dead though.
Let me try to give you a bubble.
Oh, I got a health pack, don't worry.
You ran away. You're good.
Fuck. Oh my goodness. I can't see shit in there. What a beautiful ult.
Did you guys already win them before this?
Yeah. Oh, I got blasted by a gun devil.
Where'd she go?
Rip.
Okay, strange portal. Portal,
Dude,
just portal.
wait, we
Strange.
should
Strange
win-
portal. Strange portal.
We
Come
need
back,
to
come
win
back.
this. I'm about to go and play Venom.
I'm out of ults.
I got CMD before she gets a belt.
Come on over here. Both healers are down. I did not combat.
Hmm. That guy almost killed me. Gun devil? I mean, it is. Whoa! Oh my god, I framed that. What do you mean? I'm gonna go dive their back line. Oh my god, I cannot kill these guys. Bro, anyone I'm trying to kill just gets giga healed.
Back on mag. Damn, I lost so much ult charge.
Doesn't matter how good of tracking I have. If it's not tracking their heads, they're not dying.
Oh no.
She died in the... Yeah, that's... Yikes.
Regroup, regroup.
I think this is a loss.
Don't say that. This is so winnable.
Our DPS has 10 kills. This is like almost a 20-minute match and he has 10 kills.
I died.
I don't know, but I killed two. Do I have to ult this?
It is funny.
Or like... Luna, please. She's missing. Like, I don't know what she's hitting.
You're gonna want to ult back on.
I just killed two from their spawn room.
There you go. There you go. Spawn camping.
I killed 3 healers or whatever the fuck people or something.
Aw, how can it bumper you?
I mean, our healers are literally just not walking up and taking space. I can't do anything about that.
You know, you gotta put 3 on card at all times. Why take space? It is funny as fuck to watch you like have perfect tracking on someone and then just get totally healed up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter how good my tracking is.
I was actually just watching the whole time. I'm just like, oh wow. I was like, wow, Infernasu's tracking is really fucking impressive. And, like, can't kill shit though.
It doesn't matter how good my tracking is. If it's not their head, they're not gonna die.
Yeah.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Lost, I'm gonna get you banned from this chat. Lost, you heard the way I was reacting when I got stuck on support jail for 4 games.
Okay,
right?
okay.
How mad I was crashing out.
Well, I go to training mode.
That shit had me so tilted.
Let me show you the Magneto combo real quick. Real quick for the one time. Okay, the combo is left click, right click, left click. So look at this. That's it. That's literally a combo. If they're 250, it'll insta kill them. Hold on. I wonder if this will kill with the team up. No, it won't kill with the team up. It does the same exact damage. Okay, come here. Okay, do it on who's 250? Do it on this Hawkeye. Left click, right click, left click. Oh, but your right click has to be charged, so it'll like knock them back and stun them. So it'll look like this. Just like that. That's it.
I'm ready.
Nice, just like that. Okay. That's literally the combo. But instead of doing another left click at the end, you can do the team up, so it'll look like this. Like you do left click, right click, team up. Wait, you didn't do team up. You do the team up slash.
It seems we have company.
Why is you thinking on knocking back? Oh, toggle cooldowns.
Yeah.
Or wait, do something. I don't know. It should be it's a legit true combo. There you go. Yeah, they can't move out of it. So I'm gonna play as who's 250? So we're 250? Oh wait, she's not 250. Okay, do it to me. I'm Psylocke. Where'd you go?
Perfect harmony.
Oh, you're right there. Enable enemy thingies or whatever. If you do it correctly, I shouldn't be able to move out of it.
You gotta do it.
Oh, I'm host? What the? Oh,
I'm
sorry.
not patch splash damage, so if you keep missing, start shooting the ground, I guess. Oh yeah, that's what I've been trying to do.
Shadow and light.
If you do it correctly, I shouldn't be able to move out of it. Oh, I'll move afterwards. Dude. Okay, just do it and then.
Hold on.
There we go. See, I can't move out of it. It's a guaranteed kill. You don't have to use the team up at the end if it's on cooldown. Both of them will kill. It doesn't matter. But just left click, right click, left click. Do it. See, I can't move. I'm just instant killed. So yeah, after you just do directly, you just hold left click again. But yeah, that's the mad combo. That's literally it. It kills 250. Yeah. If I'm 275 though, it won't kill me.
I have to do like one more shot.
Yeah, you can use the team up at the end of that or something or anything. But most people would die.
Yeah, I can now.
Where are you?
Hello, Singularity.
Oh, Miss All
You're in the practice range.
Oh, it's too big.
Damn it.
Son of a bitch.
Go
Wait,
win
how
one.
is it too big?
He needs to win one. He's in placements. He's used to win like one match or two.
But it's 1-1. It's
just
okay.
Go win.
For you guys just to fucking rank up.
Just win. Be like that.
Oh, for placements are 2 rank gap, not 3.
I feel a familiar chaos in the air. How disappointed. It seems we have company.
How are you doing? Just checking up on the old man. Old man? What the? What's that supposed to mean?
You're old.
You're older than me.
You're
Since
old
like
as
2 rank
heck.
gap and not 3. The fuck?
I'm old as heck.
Do you think you want to be today?
You are like old as hell. Full-time job and all. I'm still in high school.
Still not you. What? Oh my god.
Are you laughing at me for still being in high school at 19?
You want to be 19 is crazy.
What do you do? You have a kid?
19 so bad.
What?
You want to be young so bad.
I am young.
Why
You're
is it
older than
always
me.
19?
Because I'm 19. What's the issue?
Throw some
We all
games
can't be
on
grown
Devil
like
Child
you.
Jeff. Oh, you could. You could.
Wait, what? No.
Need to protect.
Yeah, throw some games as Jeff on Devil Child.
I'm banning your Magneto.
I am not
What?
fucking-
What?
Who? You said you were banning my Magneto? Who said that?
No one said that. You hearing things?
Y'all are afraid.
I said I'm a fan of your Magneto, not I'm banning your Magneto.
Oh. Okay, never mind. You're not. Wait, did you actually say that or did you say back?
Don't worry about it.
You're trolling.
I'm not trolling. I don't troll.
Yours is the roof.
Fuck you, fake. Fuck you. Nobody's trolling, bruh. Ooh. I don't want to play. One support, perfect.
I tear through
Oxen, hella.
Escapes hell.
Reverted. Wait, what? Should I play? I don't know what I want to play, chat. Chat, who do I play? And don't say any of those forbidden characters. 2 months? Okay. Bet.
Oh my god, I'm gonna.
In my sight.
I'm on hella for a LARP. I'm not a LARPer.
Where's the Spider-Man gameplay?
I should be asking you that.
That's on you. You're supposed to do it for a while.
That dude crashes my game.
I think I've asked you like several times.
He crashes my
Where's the
game if I
Spidey
play
game?
Spider-Man. It crashes my game. You don't believe me?
Oh, we already have someone on Spidey.
Yeah, that too.
Oh, who's that?
That guy is super dead.
Yeah, he got hooked.
The diving torch.
I'm super dead. What?
Oh, this character sucks. So boring. Who do I want to play? Let's do... Iron Fist, I guess. Diving torch is a thing? Yeah. It's always been a thing. This team up is really good for it too.
Alright, why'd we get off hella?
What? I don't want to play hella, dude. You want me to play hella?
The torch. We need something for the torch, yes.
Yeah, I can just fist them, bro.
Am I
You don't
lagging?
think my fist can hit fire?
Do that once and I'll shut up.
I mean, I don't want you to shut up. That's kind of rude, but like... Oh, man. I'll play, for the torch, right? I'll just beam his ass out the sky. That girl's dead.
I couldn't get any.
Hey, team? We good?
He hasn't died yet.
Bro, just give me a second. I need prep time.
I gave you a whole half round.
Bro.
I got the second half there. What do you mean?
I shell my ass. Hold on. All right, buddy. He's dead. Are you happy I killed him? Yo, this Bucky.
Am I lagging? Oh shit.
Are you lagging?
Yeah.
That's not good. Oh god. This guy's gonna hate me at the end of this.
Infernasu, lock in. I need you to win that game.
We are winning. Kinda. This fucking Bucky, this character is so annoying. He does so much damage.
You missed. I guess you missed. What the fuck?
Okay, yeah, I gotta switch. I actually don't want to lose this match.
You want to assist me in tanking? Your solo tank is suffering right now.
What kind of duo?
It's kind of funny when solo tanks suffer though.
Damn.
I'm joking.
My torture is his amusement.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time for you, at least. You doing it to me. That's for damn sure.
That's true.
He sucked on my ult.
Do we need to do that?
Probably not.
I'm saving for the Jubilee ult. So we might just use it whenever at this time.
Yeah, something like that.
Why?
Why not? I'm gonna switch the hood after this. After I die.
So we're gonna lose the next one, right?
Bro, that's not. No, we're gonna win, bro. You gotta be more confident. Where's the confidence? Look, I just killed Torch. Lock in, team? Dude, that guy is so low. Yo, kill his Bucky. Hey, look, we're cooking. See that, team? You're on the meta character. What the hell, Homer? Meta? Iron Man? Iron Man meta is crazy.
Remember that in season, was it season 0, season 1?
Yeah, we're never going back to those days again.
I didn't get him? What? Hey, where's my heals?
Yeah, yeah, I don't know what that guy was doing.
He's next to Strange. I thought I was gonna get that Bucky. I don't think I charged it enough.
Hey, look, team, we're winning.
Stratus damage boost.
But it doesn't feel like we're winning? What's the problem?
Well, I'm thinking about whose ults they have right now.
I was gonna switch the hood. I just haven't died yet.
No, you're good. Haha.
Don't worry, I can spoil you from the skies.
Damn it.
What? Thanks. I'm gonna need the nerf that. Nerf what? This character's ass cheeks.
Oh, here somewhere?
Oh, they have a thrower now.
They're not doing bad.
I got both their healers. Oh, what? My Magneto is crazy. My Magneto is cracked.
Oh,
what is that? Holy shit, nice bubble. Damn. Our Magneto
I'm surprised he
is
wants to go get you and not me.
we can't
I'm
stop that.
fucking lagging.
Nice. See, we got this, team. It's nothing to worry about.
Me, step aside.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
It's all you, so I can leave you to that at torch, right?
Need a top-notch team to win this.
You can handle that? tell you friends New York is closed. Hacking? They calling you a hacker, dude. What?
That bubble made Infer by his bubble.
What? Rack? No, you're rack. Okay, what? Ain't nobody do that. What? Oh, hell no. That is not what I did. Oh, nah. That is some crazy instigation. No, no. It was good, but I didn't do that. Ain't no character in this game that can make me do that except one person. Wait, one character. But shit, no one plays that character. What?
I'm so dead. Oh man.
What the?
I don't know how it's working though. I keep I guess lagging out.
Lagging out.
Yeah, like I'm
Rubber
walking
banding?
into walls.
Oh, you're rubber banding. It's like teleporting, right? Yeah, you're rubber banding. What's up, Mug? Oh wait, you're going to bed. Good
Not
night.
me. At least the team is. The team is walking on walls.
Oh,
It's here.
that's lag. Yeah.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I'm fucking up this
This
Texas
Roadhouse roll. Ooh, I really want to try some.
Texas Roadhouse roll. Sounds good. The fuck is that hitting me?
Maggie's like a bunch of his shield.
The switch is low. Or not. What the hell? Okay, he's low again. Okay, he's dead. Wait, don't you need us to lose though, Def? So you can play? Bro, you need to win?
No, you need to win.
Oh, you're gonna get on the other one. Okay. Yeah, right.
Hi, Bonsai. How are you?
That might be the GOAT. Oh, thank you. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said about me. The one and only nice thing you've ever
Yeah,
said.
nicest thing?
The Bonza's a fucking troll. Bonza is a troll.
I'm gonna keep walking down. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, okay. Run it down. Nah, keep going. Let's go. Go to the, look to the right. Look to the right. Look at the right over here. I'm dead as shit. Oh, wait, no, I'm not dead as shit.
Got him.
Thank you. That'll be heals. Smash is cooking.
Oh man, I don't think you got 40 kills, man.
Welcome.
Oh, I'm dead. GG, no tank.
No, I'm lagging.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Lag was bad. Oof.
Damn, I can't believe they all got stuck in there.
Oh, he headshot me. Wow. Thanks, Bonsai. Hello. Reset. Yo, why is she ulting? Okay, that girl hates you. That girl's crazy.
Hi, Bonsai. That lag was. I'm surprised I was alive.
That
Damn.
guy's dead.
Nice.
Thanks. Yo, I'm about to sit next to this farm. I'm gonna ult somebody. You Phoenix? She's one though. Nice, that works. Whatever. She teleported out of my ult. I could have got. Oh no, he shifted. Never mind.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, I did it way too much. Way too late.
GG's. Nice heals.
Okay.
3, 2, 2.
Nice tanking.
Thanks to Jubilee for the heals. I was damage boosting.
Ah. So she was trolling. She was trolling. Nah, she had more heals than her. Alright, we won Duff.
Good. Requesting to join.
Alright.
Why I had no join?
Wait, I didn't rank up though, but I don't.
I did.
What?
I'm doing.
Oh, you did? Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Oh, we were both on promo. I thought it was just me. Cool.
Let me go use the restroom real quick.
Mm.
Bonsai, how are you doing?
Yo, if I get it first balloon on this account, I'm ending stream. Okay. What's up, YG? What's there to be sad about, dude? This is gonna be last balloon on this account as well. Okay. Oh, brother. And do we want to sleep? What the? That's crazy. There is no sleep. No such thing as sleep. If I can't sleep, you can't either. Oh, I could have bought the battle pass on this account, huh? We never get early streams anymore? That's not true. We're gonna get one tomorrow. I think. Maybe. Deception? Bro. It's not my fault. I'm busy. You said that yesterday? Okay, I literally was awake, but I was working out because I work out before stream now instead of after because I'm too tired after. Which I'm going to do the same thing tomorrow. So it might be another late one. And then after that, I have to work on today's video. Or, well, I guess yesterday's now. But, well, good thing for you guys. Tomorrow's video is already done. No, don't worry. I'll be live early-ish. Well, it depends on you guys' definition of early.
The new magic scene is pretty hot. Hi, DPS.
Should have been Psylocke.
Thank you for the lurk, Bonsai. See y'all once you just need to have faith. Yeah. Yeah. Although it seemed, I'm not gonna lie, the way our comp started out, it seemed so bad.
The fuck is this?
No
What?
escapes hell.
Are you ready?
Are we all gonna be tanks?
Oh shit, sure, I'm down.
Who am I gonna banish for this match?
Sounds fun.
Yo, stop.
Lost, are you
banning
getting the
Golden
magic
Dagger.
skin? DPS, how are you?
Yeah, what up, DPS? 10? 12? I am not going live at 12. Ain't nobody making me go live that early unless I'm doing like a 12-hour or something.
You're good.
12 is crazy. I don't even think I'm gonna be awake at 12.
Slacker.
Slacker? I'm a slacker. I'm awake
You're
throughout
not
the
getting
night.
to work at 12 on a Sunday or I mean a Saturday.
Who wants to wake up that
How was
early
your,
on the weekend?
win loss?
Oh,
It feels nice
that
to wake up
fucking-
early sometimes.
But on the weekend though, you want to sleep in.
Yeah, if you've had like a long week, I guess.
I mean, okay, say you don't have work tomorrow, you wouldn't sleep in tomorrow?
I'd sleep in even if I do have work. Fuck it.
No, I would sleep in. If I haven't been like working for a few days, I'd rather want to wake up early.
You guys are disciplined.
Yo, I do not want to support the black cats in the game. I'm telling you that right now.
You guys are so grown and disciplined. Yeah, you guys really are unks and aunties and shit. See how old they are, chat. We gotta be like them.
I will be honest though, if there's a black cat, I am swapping off the support.
100%.
I am not fucking playing. I am not playing support.
I forgot how many games we played. I just know we're down one. Oh, hey, being down one's not too bad though.
Loki to remind me one of the
So
times
Death,
that
the
he failed
Elo's
to
too low
support
for
us.
him to play his mains. Death, this Elo's too low for you to play your mains. That's what last time I tell you.
Yeah, I'm surprised you got Elsa. What the hell?
Fucking, it's GM.
Yeah, it's GM. What? It's GM. You're tripping. This is high ranked. High ranked at 98% of players. This is GM. No matter what we play
You
anymore.
think they're gonna dive? Okay, I'm gonna put my trap right here.
I'd be fucking eternity already on main if it wasn't for win traders and fucking throwers, but
Heads up, this is my warm up on Elsa.
All good. I could go for eternity, but the way y'all sound up there, miserable. I'm good. I got one.
Huh? I couldn't even react to that. Hell no. God damn it.
Holy. Why is there a Luna punching me to death? What? She literally... What the fuck?
no, that's not a fucking.
I fucking hate this game. Yep, got her ass. She can hold that. Yeah, get whipped. Yep.
We're still pushing up? Or are we... Oh, okay.
I'm down. I'm right here.
I don't know.
Oh, he's one.
It's a push and pull. I push and pull. We push, we take as much as we can, we pull back when we feel it's not safe. Like this, not safe, so we back up. There we go.
Oh, fuck.
What? Oh, he must have flown out of that. God damn it.
I vote again. I'm gonna do it again. Or not.
Oh shit.
Behind us, a lie. Out.
I got one.
What? Why am I on triple? What? Why are we on triple?
Oh. Oh, God.
Death, do you want a DPS or do you want a tank?
Nope. Nope. I am on tank.
Okay.
You do your thing.
No, he flipped it. Ah, fuck.
Okay, back.
Oh, Natsu lost.
That guy is dead.
I think this map is probably one of the most common maps to have this type of time on. or the most overtime games.
Just keep heading back. Keep heading back.
By the eye of Agamotto.
She cleansed my. Yo, that character needs a nerf. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
This character's ass. What? Why put him on that tier list?
Me, please, not me. Okay.
I blocked it, but yeah. Can't even play the game. What? He can freeze. She can freeze me out of my ult, and she can just cleanse my ult.
Not really dying.
I'm fucking dead. That character's ass.
They didn't push it that much because I stopped it in the the start of the front fight. So we have lots of time to contest still.
Playing Magneto.
Yes.
Honestly, might go.
I got team up.
They have a mag, but if I go Punisher, then Mag would have to save his ult for me instead of our saps.
Oh fuck.
What a chat! He's what the. No, no, I can't. Oh.
What happened?
I got stunned by middle.
Aww.
That was very unfortunate. What is that?
This is fantastic.
Son of a bitch.
The fuck are you, bruh?
By the way, Star-Lord is going to ult real soon. Star-Lord's about to ult.
I can save my ult for it, but never mind. I don't have it yet still. Grab a little bit of health when I go back in. And there's the health I needed. Got two.
That's it. Show them how the real women do. Down to 30 seconds.
Yo.
Yes.
How did I not get a kill for that one? Makes no sense. Our score's double ulted?
They're not TPing.
I'm playing up. Damn.
That's pretty good this one.
Let's go.
Wow. The current score is 0-2.
Thank you, Rat. Thank you.
You dunk. You're always balling. You know me.
That Meg Rogue combo was a little gross.
Mm-hmm.
Be wary. No timeline exists where Magneto yields.
Always balling, chat. I play real characters? What is that supposed to mean? I always play real characters. Excuse me?
Blade,
I play the
Iron
finest
Man,
of
those are real.
characters. I play the finest of characters.
I respect Infernasu because he picks the low tier characters just to prove a point.
I play too much different shit in this game.
It's a flex to climb on Blade, all right? It's not a flex to climb
is.
on like the meta DPS or whatever.
See?
If you like Scarlet Witch, for instance, as easy as that character is to play, is
It's hard to win
significantly harder
with.
to climb
Like,
on.
I don't know how you're gonna win on that character. Like, yeah.
Like, okay, if you're in gold, maybe it's easy, but like, dude, when you're in a fucking GM Celestial lobby, like that character is that character's hard mode.
I don't
care what anyone says.
give up on Blade. I just haven't played my main in ages. I played on it for the first time yesterday.
Playing on main sucks.
I rarely play my main anymore.
I'm gonna punch this mag into our team. Or not.
I don't have bubble. I bubble in 2.
Uh-oh. This motherfucker.
No, drop down, drop down, drop down.
What the fuck is happening right here?
I have a lot of fucking annoying ass stall characters and shit. Kill that kid.
Anyone see that? No?
Yeah.
Just let me off first.
Guy. He said he. Oh.
Got 3.
That was a good trap, chat. Y'all saw that?
Yeah, that was
Y'all
really
saw that
good.
trap?
Yeah.
Thank
You see me punch
thank
Mr. Fantastic into the pit?
Oh, that's what you did. Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah. Yo, can we get this?
I'm with you. That bubble for you? Never mind. Someone else took it. Oh, pull back, pull back, pull back. Fat. It's fat. It's fat.
No.
Luna, no
Look,
freeze.
it didn't die.
Breaking bubble or breaking over shield.
She did.
Got it.
Yeah, who ain't die? Yep, she did. No Luna ults today.
Guys, cart is not where we are.
It's all good. It's all good. We're getting a stagger. One of the healers go touch cart.
I'm on it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we're fine then.
Yeah, and we're good.
Me. Haha.
Howie. Oh, you're all fucked.
I'm trying to block it. Aww. I tried to block it.
Or just regroup. We can always do another team fight here.
Yes, it is, Rack. It is.
I don't think that they
Although
have
we all like
any
spam
support
ult.
ult, so we get a fast wolf ult.
Wolverine ult?
Yeah.
Oh, he's in the back. Shit.
Yo, kill this strange. I mean, there's Magneto. Magneto's low. Magneto's low. Nice.
Got him.
I don't have mine.
I don't have bubble for you. I don't have bubble for you. I blocked though. I blocked though.
Luna doesn't have hers yet.
Oh!
I just get 3 on that.
There goes this game.
What?
Feels good. Oh? That's how they feel? I was about to dunk on somebody. GG's.
I think he might have rushed the portal because I was on him, maybe.
Yeah.
I tried to stun him, but I ate every CC in the fucking world. Oh, that is a weird
You
portal. I
said
just saw
GG
that.
dorks, but he.
Guy's a dickhead.
Yeah. he expressed D instead of S. Now that's just silly. Who said that?
The wolf.
I feel like. Oh, that's so funny because like his ults were actually really bad.
The last one was good.
Oh, he's on the enemy team
The
now.
last one was good. Other ones I don't know.
I don't. Heal him.
Which hero do you
I don't remember shit.
today?
What's your memory, dude?
I am the god of thunder and the mightiest avenger.
Now.
Oh, you playing tank? Okay, I'll play DPS for healer. Reanimal? There's DLC for that? What the? What is? How does the DLC work? Didn't we kill a lion end?
That was.
We fucking threw her in a well or some
I
shit.
can't believe it. Dude, I got jumped. I don't know what it is. My own friends betrayed me.
The prisoner
Get the top
DLC.
two
What was this?
I want to see some spotty gameplay. I'll do a sub goal for that.
Start new characters. Oh, there's new characters.
Everyone ban thing.
All right. Oh, they're completely new characters. Okay. But we'd have to see a lot drive again. I don't.
Hold on. Hold on. My character's a kid, okay? I had no control.
That doesn't. Nah.
Over that.
Nah.
Yeah. I had no. You drive then. You understand.
No, I don't want to drive because it's funnier to laugh at you driving.
Crazy. Please don't ever use Spidey.
Don't ever. It's crazy.
He just told me when I'm gonna show you some Spidey gameplay, and then he told me not to play Spidey. Someday I will. In your nightmares. I'll haunt your backline.
That's the day you get blocked and muted. Yep. Someone's gonna get hoed if y'all play that DLC. What is that supposed to mean?
Like how I got hoed.
You didn't get hoed. You literally turned crazy. We had to put you down. You literally had you got
didn't-
pregnant
no,
with
no,
like
no,
some
no.
spider fucking monster thingy that started killing us. Like, what did you? The fuck? Your fucking kid was
No.
trying to kill us. Like, what do you want us to
You
do?
guys, you did that to me. That's why I started raging.
You had to get put
You
down.
guys filled me with hate because you guys all killed me.
No one told you to have a crazy ass baby.
That happened after you guys killed me.
That was before. That was the last thing killing us, no? Or am I tripping?
I'm pretty sure that happened because
talking, I can't hear him.
died.
Well, be stronger next time.
DP, let me go in first. I'll tell you when to dive in right after, okay?
Okay,
Nuts.
mommy.
They bully me and I come back for revenge. And that's what he
Bullying.
says. I generally don't
If you
remember
was
shit.
crazy, if I was
Diving
crazy, I'd want you guys to put me down.
3, 2.
Hey, where my heels at?
Heals. You don't need heals. Oh, you need heals for. Walk in.
I need them.
Just don't get hit.
But asking the tank to not get hit. So fucking
Just get hit less.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You have point. Let's never let them have all real life.
Wait, what? Are you?
Pull them.
What are you saying, man?
Pull them around the corner, okay? Let them walk out around the corner. I'm good. Oh, fuck.
Watch out. The Iron Man's in his E. Watch out. Iron Man's in his form. Hold on.
I got it.
I can't fucking hit this Iron Man. Oh. Come on, Mag. Come on.
3.
I had to get up.
2, 1.
We're sold down again. Right.
But support's dead.
There's a Venom on our backline. Hold on. There's a Venom on our supports.
We got both their supports.
Oh, nice. Kill this guy then. The fuck? What the hell you do that for?
That.
Hit him down. Yeah, take that, buddy. Oh
Oh,
shit.
got bubble.
Oh.
Got a dead healer in 2 seconds. Diving close.
Look, not of this exists.
I might have got ult, right?
He just got his friend killed.
Diving back in.
No problem.
Darkness and light. What's up, Huntress?
Hey, Samuel.
Hey, you res me.
Yes.
Wait. Oh, Iron Man on. Here.
Iron Man's coming through the middle part. Oh, he's dead. I'm on.
Damn, she went back in the portal. That was actually pretty cool.
Go for focus. 3, 2, 1.
How's it going? Pretty good. I'm just getting trolled per usual.
Yo, this team up is so fun. Oh, I love this fucking team up.
Oh, it's a prequel?
It's actually worth for you to not.
Account? No, it's the same account. I changed the name. Oh, no, add it to the list.
Well, if it isn't my favorite travelers
I wasn't trying to
in
be
the
like
night.
that. I wasn't trying to be like that, but for real. Like, I had like 9 more seconds on my res. I think we can hold it. But it's
Yo.
fine. We won.
I'm telling you, y'all gotta play Rogue. Get this mag team up and just do shit like punch them into that pit.
Bruh. Here you go.
You know how annoying that's gotta be? Be mid-fight as a tank and just get punched into a pit. You gotta walk all the way around, like walk of shame.
You're enjoying that too much. Main band now.
Yeah, this is great.
This is an ult.
Yo, here's the secret, right? You ban Thing, you ban Black Cat, and then you just play all the fun heroes. And it's GG.
Oh, okay.
That's the secret.
I see.
Let him walk up. I'm gonna ult. I'm gonna wait for my VP to get into position. 3, 2.
Wow, this is beautiful. I'm doing great, Key.
Fuck. They have 2 flyers, and I'm playing Moon Knight. I'm switching. Fun ruined.
The mission area is yours to capture now.
We Cyclops.
She may not be here, but she's always with me.
Slow down right here too.
Cyclops is really good on this part of the map.
No, come and play.
I don't know, man.
I don't think they want to play.
I think I'd want to play with a rogue.
Body block you out. Ready, VP?
Yeah.
3, 2.
Yes, sir.
Are they gonna peel for their backline or they don't give a fuck?
I really want to hold.
Probably don't give a fuck.
God damn. Like, they're just looking at us, but none of them are turning around.
No, none of them are turning around a single time.
Like, not once.
No, IG, that was AI generated. That was not me. False impersonation.
Oh, that's a great
you call
video.
it.
That's top 5 videos.
Make it like a
That's a top 5 video right there.
I'm going to engage in 3, 2.
Yeah, Strange just does not turn around.
Yo, you're Adam.
Yeah, res that BP. Solo res. Oh, never mind, he's gone.
No. I'm not resting myself.
I mean,
Play safe.
I would have solo res the BP. I'm not going to.
Yeah.
I would have fucking done that shit.
It's fine.
You're not died yet, damn. I have ults. I'm away from the walk and I'm gonna ult them in this line right here.
Alright, bait it out there, freeze. There, also freeze.
Alright, they're walking. Trying to save you
I
alive.
got the rocket.
Oh, wow.
I tried to save you. Cloak. Cloak ult's too slow for you.
Oh, go to point.
That's fine.
I'll contest on point.
Ult me.
No, that was not fine. It could have been a flawless match. No deaths.
Damn, I didn't know where to hit.
I'm dead. Oh, my hero.
Rocket on point.
Rocket. Oh, rocket. Okay.
Nice.
Yo, good
I'm
shit.
not gonna lie, I thought he was mistaken
Good dives,
Rocket for
BP.
Wolverine. Thank you.
Thanks for the bubble.
Thanks for being a BP that waits for me to go in first. Fuck.
Unbelievable.
Yo, that's all I want from my divers. That's it. That's all I want. Just please. Just please let me engage first as the tank.
W.
I'm Batman. Hi, kitty. Hi, Roman.
Hi, TJ.
What's up, MHT? Sheesh. What's up, Apto? Oh, wait, no, wait. AP. I said Apto. Whoops.
No one stepping up.
I'm not anyone's
Who
sidekick.
do I play now?
It's best done alone.
Time for some Squirrel Girl.
Now, who am I gonna ban?
Time for some Squirrel Girl. Kick
For
my
on
feet
defense,
up.
I'll triple tank.
Oh, we could do that.
We could do that, actually. I mean, we can do it on
I think we're
offense,
on
too. Shit.
offense.
We gotta
Yeah.
add 'em.
Oh, we could?
Yeah.
It's a rucksack. C2, nice.
Okay.
Why'd you got his mod
I'm
shirt?
mad. I want to hit some healers.
You should.
Oh, why'd you guys watch it? But he's in Eli's chat.
We should take it away. Deport him to Eli's chat. Force him to be there forever. Sounds like a good plan. Cast him away.
Who else is really fucking annoying?
So fake. What'd I do? I didn't do anything, dude. Just giving some ideas. Just brainstorming. Not gonna let them do it.
Wait, you're trying to look for the video? That video is not. It's not real.
What video's not real?
It's not real.
You'll need a
Oh, I can think of a few real videos of you.
Real videos.
Mm-hmm. A few tier
We want a trip
lists.
thing, right?
A few tier lists that are pretty real.
Yeah, I'm about it.
She delete evidence again?
I don't got evidence.
She's been tampering with evidence again. I should probably watch the video, huh?
Try it.
I should watch the video.
I'm not gonna lie to me, dude.
Don't watch the video.
I never actually
It
got
feels like an hour long. I'm not watching that shit. I'm too busy for that. You're lucky.
It is kind of weird that they would give you a team up that just encourages like triple support.
Wait, what's their other team
Dude,
up?
I'm not-
Spider-Man? What's this do?
I mean, I played Adam obviously before this because I had the fucking. It's the only one out of the anime.
Oh, it's this thing.
Yeah.
It's a video that.
Slowing damaging.
It's a fake video of B-Rap. Fake video. I didn't know the video was an hour long though.
So I
think it is. I don't know.
That was like, damn, it's been a while ago.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Kingdom Hearts getting an anime? Yeah.
Got an Iron Fist in the back line? Shit.
Wait,
With
is
Venom?
this slows the floor?
No, I don't. Oh.
We're still down in the back too.
What? Biscuit ground? Hold on, I can play Squirtle anti-dive.
They're all lit. They're all lit.
Damn. They died so quick.
Stalling.
This grounds, chat. What the fuck? I didn't know that.
Yeah, let's get tanks up. And everyone else not up.
Okay, so he's got the Angela team up with Thor. Are we all ready?
Y'all ready for some off-angling Magneto?
Yeah, GG, we lost.
He's one. He's one.
Never mind, I'm going down main. I'm getting melted. I got pushed off the fucking bus.
I like the
I should have done that.
We're still down. We're chilling. Doesn't matter. That, but it's fine. We're gonna use ults as we get them. Let's stay up on ults the whole game.
Damn.
We're winning.
I got you, Def. I'm squirreling them up. Or nutting them up or whatever the fuck. Or she's throwing.
Keep killing them all.
Huge bubble.
We're up. So many. Hit W. I'm telling you.
What? Where'd he go?
I have ammo now.
We're slow down again. We have to keep killing their healers. That's all we have to do.
Yep, I'm on the last healer. Kill the point.
No!
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up
You
the
what?
momentum.
I was slinging acorns at them.
Huh?
Oh, he was behind you. I don't know where he went.
What was he doing back there?
Come here, Jeff. Come here, Jeff. Where are you at?
He's right here. He's going to you, Def.
Use ults first. We don't want to let them get ahead.
You think I can't out fucking play you?
I should have went that way. Let me go that way.
I stunned him for you.
Get this ammo, get this ammo, get this ammo.
How slower? We're not. Someone back cap the points. Fucking Spider-Man. He so ulted me. What the?
I'm gonna res this. Not here.
Okay.
Oh, I went too far.
Oh, big res.
We're slow down too.
Emma has.
Oh wow.
Oh, did it switch my team about since I died? Man, I got rest.
That's something. He lost this fight. Lose. Oh my god. We win.
So I guess I'll just use my ult for Sandy.
We're gonna win.
Good.
Or can I just
Iron
pick?
Fist is no block.
It's okay.
I guess I'll just.
I'm with you.
Key, how are you doing though? I don't think I asked. Going off angle against the res mag. I know.
That guy's mad. I know he is.
Stay on the webs, it'll heal you.
I need help behind. Let's go.
I'm in trouble.
Trying to save you.
We're slow down.
Okay, wait. We're having a hard time.
Oh man, I gotta switch to an actual character.
More life on Havoc.
Sag.
I do think,
Play Widow.
we should have someone help with dive.
With dive? Oh, we're getting dove? Okay.
How's your... Yeah.
Maybe like an app.
I mean, we have Penny.
No, I'll play no more. It's fine. Like, I'm always just playing mystery heroes anyway, so I don't care. Like, I deadass don't know who I want to play, so I'm just playing random shit.
Healer dead.
We're down
It's okay.
a little.
We have one healer dead too. But we're slow down.
What the fuck?
Ow.
Okay, that's actually my last step. I've res. Let's go. Let's go kill a healer and switch our life because I have res. I will res you if you kill a healer.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Rise, my friend!
That's not good.
Oh.
Some assistance.
Damn, they have so much dive. Damn.
Second chance is over.
We had to.
Jeez, they really are running this much dive? Oh, man.
I mean, I would just like switch to a different.
Whoa,
healer.
whoa. What do you mean no one's helping the healers? So I literally went no more to help you.
Dude, we're running Ultron and
Oh shit! I forgot to.
They're running Ultron Adam into the dive. Like, I don't know what you want from me. Like, we're doing the best we can for the characters you're playing. Like, I don't know what they want from us.
Like,
The current score is
We're running Ultron Adam into Spider-Man Iron Fist.
yeah.
Yeah.
time to
I think that was just silly.
including which side you're
I can't say we're not helping. Like, that's just not.
The right hero
It's not sure.
all the difference.
Those who oppose me shall be left to drown in my wake.
Use your mic, man. Use your big boy voice and ask for help on what you're having trouble with.
Well, it's actually just when I'm not gonna lie, I kind of agree with him. I think you need rogue. You need just like help with the backline. But
I mean, that's like.
Bro, why don't we just play like good anti-dive heroes for support? Like, we're helping you guys, but you guys gotta help yourselves. Like, I don't know. We can't do all the work. We're doing as much as we can to accommodate the characters you guys are playing. You have to like help yourself, like switch characters, play anti-dive supports. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, cause like I don't think depth is like the issue. We have Penny. I'm also bubbling, and you're going to more. Why?
He has
I don't
9
understand.
deaths. Like, I don't like. I can only help him so much. He's dying to Spider-Man. Like, I can't help that.
Thor should be auto countered by like just Penny alone. So as long as you're sitting near the nest and that Thor's not a problem.
Adam DPS,
Spidey's-
can you send that replay? I'm interested in watching that. Y'all need better sustain. Yeah.
Perhaps I should have stayed in my cocoon.
There's low. Slowed him. Oh, he died. Never mind. Whatever. Our comp's way stronger
Oh,
on
I'm
defense.
lagging. Okay.
All good. All good. All good.
Okay.
Just play back a little bit if you're lagging. You're ward off.
Fuck, why is he on me? What do I do for you?
Percent damage. Just shred you for bolt charge.
Can you keep a thing on me? Ultron?
That is much better. Us against the world.
Pull back.
Can we use Ultron ult? Never mind.
Oh.
Yo, this guy's. Can we just like not force Ultron into this? This is like significantly easier if we just don't force Ultron.
It's okay. It's actually okay. We're gonna have next fight, and then we're gonna have Ultron ult, and we're gonna have Adam.
Yeah, I didn't let it move that whole time.
Alright, whatever. I don't care. Like, it's whatever. It's whatever, bro. We're all on ults anyway. It doesn't matter.
We can get like 2 more fights out of this.
Yeah.
We're sold out.
I'm gonna go stalk
I'll lock him down.
Nice.
Yeah. Yo, stay up. Someone help Mag on point. I'm gonna res. I'm looking for res here, boys.
I think we're okay.
Yeah. I'm just saying. We do have res, so we wanna hold up.
Like the tide, Namor always rises again.
He was getting his ass beat. I know, but my issue is that I don't mind if he's losing on Ultron. He just can't blame us when he's losing on Ultron. Like, I don't know.
Now we're gonna need it.
Use the ult. Oh lordy.
Damn, I'm not getting like any ultimate mag.
We can't be running.
We can't even stay alive. It doesn't even matter. We can't stay alive.
No one from the team can be running away when I have res. You just let them walk onto me.
Wait, what did he say? I don't know why we have Namor if he didn't kill.
Super good.
I've killed the Spider-Man several times. What do you mean?
I'm not blaming you, dude. I'm not blaming any one person. Dude, there was like 2 or 3 people that walked away while I had res.
Bro, he has 12 deaths. How is he blaming me for playing Namor for his ass? I'm about to switch then. Bet that.
I'm not trying to call people out, dude.
On the back.
I'm just saying, that's how it works.
This guy is schizo or something. I don't know.
We're up. Let's hold.
Yeah, we gotta hold close. We gotta hold close.
We gotta hold. Yep.
Huh? Bro, I don't know.
Does Spidey have ult?
Yes, most likely. I don't think he's used it.
Buddy on me. Damn it.
Spider-Man's did again.
I feel like I'm gonna be playing like you. Yeah.
This is gonna hurt. Like the tide, Namor always rises again.
I have ults. I don't think this Ultron's ulted once, by the way. But whatever. Down there, get out of there if you can.
Just tank things.
Got Jeff.
Where are these nests at?
Got
I
her.
want to sit in them, but I don't see where they're at.
Got 2.
Oh, I'm fucking blind. Okay. Wait, chat, was that? No way.
This match
Did I
is
actually
so
miss
much
that?
harder than it's supposed to be.
That Spidey has ult. Do not stand in a place where he can easily grab you.
This Ultron still has ult, by the way, chat. He hasn't ulted all game. He's doing a no ult challenge.
Spidey's gonna get you Ultron in that spot.
Cloak's one, cloak one. Oh, lordy. Can we get a res?
Yeah.
Us against the world.
Damn.
The amazing Spider-Man.
That was game. GG's.
GG's.
Game is way harder than it needs to be. Yeah, that's. Oh my god! Thank God I'm on my main. Oh man.
That is all on you, Ultron. I'm gonna be real. 16 and 16 is
Yeah,
not
I
a
don't
good
know.
flex.
Cannot help you there.
That's not good, man. You know.
Oh man, you can't teach that. You killed Spidey 0 times. Oh my god, this is rage bait. Chat, how many times did I kill the Spider-Man? I killed him like 4 or 5 times or something. Probably more than that. Oh, thank God this isn't my main account. Holy shit. Spider-Man was farming his shit, yeah.
Ultron would get ult and he would just like fucking hold it.
Yeah, he just held it for like 10 years. You love team games? Bro, it's one thing to like do that, but like he knows he's wrong, but he doesn't care. So he just starts rage baiting. Well, actually, no. If anything, it's worse. I don't think he knows he's wrong. I think he's just genuinely uneducated on the situation and he thinks he's right, which is like concerning. Like, I feel sorry for him, but oh well. I would hope he's trolling, because if he's not trolling, I feel very bad for him.
Y'all avoided them, right?
Yeah.
Avoided one? I don't know.
Yeah, I avoided both.
Okay.
I mean, Adam didn't do it that bad, but it's just the Ultron.
Adam would have been fine if we had like
just anyone, just one
support other than Ultron.
Yeah, he's playing against Iron
like,
Fist and Spidey.
No, I'm pretty sure they don't play Sup, because Sups would switch. They would switch.
He just wants to play Ultron.
Yeah. That's a DPS protest pick.
Hood on, guns out, let's go.
Stepping out of the shadows.
Like, I don't even mind him playing Ultron. It's just like we could have won the game if he just like hit Q at any point in time when he had his ult instead of like waiting like to die multiple times before hitting it. So it's like
they're doing so good at the start too.
Oh yeah.
Oh good.
Damn, I missed so many comments. Sorry, chat, I didn't notice. I was so amazed by what our healers were saying. Like, it was kind of shocking.
No, this is like this is GM
Mind him
logic.
use Ultron, I'm not even playing.
That is very concerning, bro.
Yeah. Oh no, so. Oh, Spidey's trying to counter the Animal. I didn't think about that. Alright, this is my last one. Let's win on this.
Alright.
What?
It's 4 a.m. At least for me it is. Should be my last one too. Okay.
Oh, shit.
You want BP? Character's buns now. I think I'm good with that. It's on this map too, I'm gonna get scanned. Yeah, that's not it. I'm good. When was early for me? Yeah, I really don't want that early stream, huh? Think about it, chat. The longer you keep me here, the later you're gonna get that stream. So pick your poison. Play a Widow for the last
Oh,
one.
the Manhattan map? Shit.
Wait, would somebody be down to swap with me? I'm not feeling support right now. I can't lie.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Let's just see what happens, and then oh, what the fuck? Oh, there we go. Let's just see what happens. If it doesn't go well, then yeah, I'll swap with you.
They already switched.
I'm on thing.
Okay.
You gotta work soon. Have a good night. Good stream.
Good night,
Good night, Rat. Get a lot of rest.
The battle starts in
Oh,
5,
don't ping that.
3,
Huh?
2, 1.
He's pinging for heals.
I don't know what's
Hasn't
wrong with
started. I'm already. They're portaling.
Fuck. They're portaling.
Top right.
They're fucking on Wolverine.
Oh my god, they're on some stally characters.
Jesus. Okay. Oh, they banned Fiend. Who the fuck do I play then?
Who do you want to play?
Well, I don't want to get destroyed by a wolf, so I don't want to play. I would have played Fiend, but Fiend's banned.
They're on triple healer. I would say just play into it, just for good practice.
Okay.
Just go. We're gonna practice. Can't avoid it
If I was
forever.
dying, that's okay.
The trick to Wolf is like when you know he's gonna come in on you, you save your bubble so that way like you bubble right as he gets near you and he just goes through you. Or you avoid going into those spots where he can grab you when you don't have your bubble up.
Yeah, you see him. It's gonna be hard for him to dive you on this map because you can see him because of the scanner.
I think he's specifically going for me.
Okay, wait.
Yo.
Oh, Emma. I could play Emma. Okay.
There you go. That'll work too.
Yeah.
Dino might work. The thing is, I don't play Dino. I was thinking of him too.
Wow, that Venom is diving the shit out of me.
Yo, where is my second fucking support?
Dead.
Oh, why was Bucky all the way up there? Oh, he's so low.
Damn, this Venom won't leave me alone.
By the eye of Agamotto.
I am getting. Oh. Dude, I'm just instant transmission. Not sure. I like
This
those
guy cannot be on
T-levels.
second support. I can't fucking work with this.
I am dead as fuck. I am switching.
Is he not patty caking death?
He's
Why
just
not
never
things ban
anywhere.
him out?
I don't know if he knows how to play support. Wolverine's from the back left.
Okay, well, I am dead again. Holy shit. Okay, that guy's not playing around. He just instant killed me.
At least I got one kill. Yeah, that was gonna fun.
Suppressing powers won't suppress justice.
Where'd this guy go? Oh, he
Even
fell!
more.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, he fell. Team that comp's gonna work well. Their comp?
I have a pretty annoying comp. I got two truthers
Tried to
like
grab
a
you in
match.
my ult, yeah, and he died. I'm so dead.
Watch out for the Venom.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just keep shooting the more squids. They're portaling. They're portaling. They're portaling. Oh my god, he ulted me. A nice cleanse. Nice.
The Wolverine on the right.
live?
Ooh, I'm not dead.
Stabilize, stabilize, stabilize. All right, we're. All right, go forward with that. Go forward with that.
Not sure he did that, but it's fine.
Fine, as long as we make. There we go. As long as we get killed with it, it's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, kite back, kite back.
They have a Punisher now.
Okay, I'll save it for him then.
Judge, jury, executioner.
I think she's TP.
That guy's an idiot.
Punisher up top right.
Oh my god, I got fucking kidnapped by Wolverine. My man using the Punisher team up. Is that also? Yikes.
I don't have it.
Got Gambit.
There's a Wolverine on the left. Watch that. Back up the left.
He's trying to just get. He fell off the map.
This strange.
Double KO. Down to 30 seconds.
I shouldn't be able to portal.
I don't have ult for the cloak, and I'm guessing.
Close at 88.
Ooh.
I thought that guy was gonna fall off again.
I almost did. There's still a Wolverine behind us. There's still a Wolverine behind us.
Yeah.
Be careful.
Fine.
He used his team up. He's about to kidnap someone. Yeah, that guy. I don't know. Like,
Yo,
that
I
guy's
just
trying
want
the
to
same
take a
thing
minute.
over and over.
When that cloak alt came in, and or the cloak alt, not the cloak alt. It was like the enemy cloak alt with like the strange alt, and I cleansed your ass, and somehow you stayed alive.
Yeah.
I'm not a hero. I'm the Punisher.
Listen, these guys are annoying, so I need you to put your try hard pants on Infernasu. All right?
What? I mean, the Venom is fucking aura farming and walking slow and shit. Nah. Like, I'm not letting that guy win.
Disrespectful.
I'm not letting that guy win, bro. So I
Y'all
put on
wanna
the
do
Punisher.
double tank? Still,
tank?
or you guys?
Yeah,
I
we
might
need 2-2-2 is
trip
fine.
DPS.
I mean, I want offense. You could. You could. It's up to you.
What are you doing?
I'm not a hero.
I kind of want a DPS. Oh, never mind. Elsa's out.
Sorry, dude.
Well, if they have a rock, I'll go Phoenix because I do want to play DPS.
We can switch if you want to play right now.
No, I think it's fine right now. Because this match is kind of tough. I don't really want to switch up things too much.
All right.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Weapons are tools, and I'm the master craftsman.
Is it Wolverine? Or he switched? Oh no, he's still on it. That guy's dead. They walk out, they down one.
On the back, on the back, on the back, on the back. Stop walking away from me.
They're down like 2. Okay. Down 3. They're portaling, they're portaling. Come in, come in, come in.
Where's that invis?
The fuck is this portal? Oh, he was pulling to get his friend.
Damn, I didn't know he was portaling right there. What the fuck?
He was getting his friend from the spawn room, that's why. I might have ult. I'm ult the moment I get it. Alright, I don't think I would need it, never mind.
Oh, you really still trying to steal my kill? God damn.
Oh hell no, you're not escaping me. Oh no 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 no! You're not done. You're dead.
Nah. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Yeah, I'm just gonna save my ult for.
I thought he was escaping. I don't know. I vault. I can ult early.
Save it for me.
Let me know when you're gonna ult.
Ready whenever you are.
This guy's also
Hit it
trying to
whenever you
play
want.
Punisher. Wolverine's at the top.
Gambit ult dead. I killed Gambit. They double support ulted.
Next one.
Strange low, strange low. Strange low, strange low. Oh, Wolverine in here, Wolverine in here in the back.
Why am I not getting him? I don't understand.
Move this vehicle along.
Before you grab. Oh, kick him in before I grab him?
Okay, we're gonna want to pressure the shit out of the strange shield as he
Kick
walks
them
up.
before you grab them. What
And
the?
then-
That don't
And
sound
then we're
right.
gonna want to hit the Emma ults. All right.
Just give you 2 punches and then kick. Okay, that guy's dead.
Oh, that got them back.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
I just did not expect to get solo ult if I was.
This guy trying to bunny hop. The first.
Yeah. He was trying to touch. Devin Adam. What is that guy's name? I don't even know how to read that shit.
Keep going, keep going. They're still pressured.
Oh, I'm lagging. Shit. Okay, I'm back.
Yo, can we?
Oh, they
Yo,
all
let me
have
buy you
ult.
and
We
you
gotta be
can
careful
activate
of this turn.
Oh God.
Great. Pressure. High back.
Fall back. I'm dead.
Alright.
They used a lot of ults. Don't use. Oh.
You guys see
Okay.
that? Y'all didn't see that.
Just die. Get up.
Oh shit. I got hooked by this kid.
That's right. We're gonna do.
Oh, thank you.
I'm ready whenever you are.
He's getting healed. Wait, him out.
Moment, just
Everybody
end
get
it.
in front.
Oh yeah, yeah. But I thought I would have killed him on my
whenever
100 because I was on 100 treasure ammo.
Set it whenever you're ready.
Wait, hold on. Rocket ulted.
Oh, hey, this is the same. This is the same Adam. Wait, no, I lied. I'm on something.
I didn't know we were backing up.
Yeah, Strange was on site. We
still-
killed him though.
He's gonna have ult.
Walk in front. Sup, fucking hell. Right back. Everybody get in front of me, please.
In front of you. Oh my god, that a mag.
Oh no.
Back for another tour.
What a team up.
Out of sight.
Oh, that pushed him back. Not how I wanted to hold that.
Movie space.
Good shit.
Good rocket ult. Right side, punishing.
They're portaling.
Wait, where is that?
It's on site.
Blocking off on the right hand side on point.
By the eye of Agamotto.
What?
I don't know how the fuck that got me. How the fuck that get me? What?
This side, I died.
There's a shotgun there? I don't even know which spot you're talking about anymore.
Only 60 seconds left. Get that vehicle moving again.
Not this kid.
There we go.
Loki? Bro, I'm getting counterpicked off cooldown. Holy shit. They have Mago and Gambito. Strange dead.
Oh, well.
I got nobody. I got 3. I got 4. 5. GG's.
On the
What was that guy doing?
Hey, thank you for the carry, guys. Fuck.
GG's.
3, 2,
GG's, man. Are you live right now?
Nah, not right now.
Aw.
Bruh.
Wait, what did
You
you
play
say?
you stream? No worries.
What did I just read? I'm just I don't know. Yeah, you got it, man. Thank you, I guess.
Yo. Kids want to give us attitude. Fucking make me put my try hard pants on and sit up.
That match was sweaty. I'm done. You heard me. Thank you.
Because you gotta get the kickback by the time the grab animation ends. But you don't want to kick them into their team, just to the side into a wall or something. Oh, okay, DPS. Okay. Ah.
Please don't say thank you to that. I have my brain's off. It's too late at night. That
was a fun game.
Yeah, it was fun. I'm gonna just act like I didn't read that.
Yep, that's it, because it's way too late for me. I still gotta clean. I just gotta clean.
Damn.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yep. GG's, guys.
See you later.
GG's.
Thank you guys for the games. Oh, let's do a double raid.
Oh, who?
Death, you're not on.
I am not.
Bruh.
Shame on you.
Bruh. This whole time, you were just...
Fucking... I was just
slacking
playing
off.
the love of the game.
I respect it. I respect it.
You just told the same guy.
You
You're
did.
playing, but you're not streaming.
You did.
No,
do
but
that.
my TTV's not in my name.
Fair enough.
That's fair, yeah. That played over 4 hours of Rivals and didn't stream. Shame.
Wow.
Shame.
That's a whole stream right there.
It is.
Lost,
more than a
Lost is
couple.
missing you, man. He feels abandoned.
I got no excuse. It wasn't abandoned. He was sniping me anyway. He was still ending up in my games. He was still fucking there somehow.
What's up, Craig?
Raylene? We can do Raylene, or let's see. Oh, that Venta person's live that you guys were talking about.
Yeah, let's raid them.
Dope.
Is she? Alright.
I'm ready starting it.
Alright, chat. I'll catch you guys later today. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do something though. See you, chat. Good night. Good night, Elijah. Chat. Ooh.